Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending on your geographical location. Thank you for joining and listening. It's been a wonderful week, an eventful week in the world, in Africa and Nigeria. But first, I would like to congratulate the Super Falcon, the Nigerian women team, in the ongoing FIFA World Cup in Australia. Uh, I congratulate them for the victory against Australia yesterday. I believe it was a wonderful moment, and I enjoyed it, and it made us to at least forget some of the things that are happening back at home. But the most important thing is they show us what is expected of Nigerian citizens, irrespective of the climate or what is going on there. They were able to stand up and make us proud. Once again, on behalf of the channel, Dr. Rudolph, and all those who join us here, congratulations. We wish and hope that they get to the final and bring the cup home, at least to put some smiles on our face. Unfortunately, many Nigerians back at home were unable to watch it as a result of the removal of the fuel subsidy. And so they could not run their generator as they would have loved to. But some of those that watched it were able to enjoy it to the full. The today's discussion is based on how is Africa faring with its triple heritage: Christianity, Islam, and traditional religion. Mr. James, thanks for joining, and you're welcome. And thanks for all the messages you've been sending, and you try to keep me updated. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. It's an interesting topic, and Rudolph will join us. Dr. Rudolph will join us as time goes on, and we will expand it further down into other aspects of events that is happening back in Africa. So it's about our heritage. I try to take the dictionary meaning of heritage, and we need to get a better understanding on that. But the focus is on Christianity, Islam, and traditional religion. How effective is back at home? Are we missing out, or is it being wiped out gradually because of event that is happening back in the continent, particularly in Nigeria, where the issue of Andrew no checkout and Japa and the economic climate is affecting a lot of things. Mr. James, I want to talk less. If you're watching and you want to join us, this discussion to weigh in, you can click on the link that is displayed on the comment section, and you can join us and weigh in into this matter. So, Mr. James, I'm going to yield the floor to you, please. Thank you.
Sorry, I will sign out now because I'm in a classroom. Let me change my position in order not to disturb the students around.
All right, thank you very much for that. Whenever you're ready, you can come. Back to the issue of our triple heritage. I've often argued that for us to be able to keep or sustain this heritage, we must have a climate, particularly the political climate, to help us to sustain this heritage of ours, particularly the traditional religions. And what are these traditional religions, and how important are they to us? Many Africans are leaving Africa to the Western world. How can we keep this thing if we all are leaving? And the sad thing is that, well, I don't know if I'm using the right word, but the sad thing is that Once we leave, we don't return. Most don't return back home. So someone put on a comment, first of all, Islam and Christianity are not our heritage. I'm going to display this so that we can read it together. First of all, Islam and Christianity are not our heritage. Various traditional religions have been practiced by our forefathers, and that is our heritage. Now, Mr. Shagun, thanks for that. I wish you could come on the studio and explain further or way in further into that. But looking at that comment, various traditional religions have been practiced by our forefathers, and that is our heritage. To an extent, yes, we can say that is the case, but you also will understand that as time goes on, people convert from this religious practice to either Christianity and Islam. So they change. They change. Now, does that mean our religious heritage or traditional religious heritage are bad? Not all. Some aspects are good and some aspects are not fit for purpose. But here is the issue in respect to this discussion. How are we faring? Are we sustaining it? I argue no, we are not, particularly in Nigeria. Like I said earlier, without that political atmosphere, it becomes very impossible to sustain anything. I will play a video later, and by Rudolph himself, one of the video broadcasts he made over the week is called Midweek Sermon. I'm trying to download it and upload it so that I will play it. Most of you, some of you must have seen the video. It was done 2 days ago on Wednesday, and I will put it on then for us to be able to weigh into that. How is it possible for us to maintain this traditional? Because the issue of Islam and Christianity are all over the world, but not the traditional religion. What is or are these traditional religion? And we have different kinds or types which was passed on to us by our forefathers. But some of us have put that behind and say, listen, we live in modern age, in present time. So we have to put this thing in the back burner. Like what Mr. James said in one of the broadcasts, that he's a core traditionalist. He doesn't kiss his wife, or he can't kiss his wife in public, as it is, or he peck in public or hold down in public. He will join us soon, and he's an interesting character. I love him. We've had our back and forth in the past, but now we get along very well in this matter. We will be looking at also events, the coup in Mali, and the issue in respect to the ministerial nominees. Unfortunately, my name, I thought my name will be coming out in that list. It saddened me that my name, I didn't make it onto the list. Why that is the case, I still need to find out. We're talking about that as well, to also be looking at the issue of my brother from another mother, that is Godwin Emefiele, and what happened with the two security operative. A very disgraceful sight to behold, and nobody has come out to accept responsibility or any action has been taken. So please don't leave me hanging here. I want you guys, I beg your pardon, point of correction, the coup in Niger and not Mali. Thanks, Sho, for that correction. I did night work, so I'm struggling to catch up. Thank you. I really appreciate putting me in the right direction. What is really going on in Africa? Now, regardless of this, our heritage, and something needs to be done. And I wish I can upload. I had the issue downloading it, but I'm still trying to, and I hope it downloads. It's Dr. Rudolph's message. I've watched it several times, and there are pieces and pieces there I want to bring to the floor that that I want to highlight. Very important message, and I hope he's going to join us. Is on the road at the moment, so he will join us in this issue, the issue of Emefiele as well. To how can we protect our heritage in that climate, whether the Christianity, Islam, or traditional, whether we agree that they are heritage or not, they're part of us. These two practices, Islam and Christianity, are part of us. So, and if we don't have that, this is my own argument. I mean, you can disagree with it, and I argue that if that political climate, it's not there, it becomes impossible for us to practice or to uphold this heritage, and which is a fact that we are seeing on the ground right now. How can one be able to practice what they believe when they've not even eaten, unable to have 3 square meals? How can one be able to uphold or practice the traditional Christianity or Islam where there is even no electricity? These are part of the things that affect majorly traditional religions back in Africa, because these things are real. The hunger is there. Why should I? Everyone wants to leave the continent. Point of correction. Most wants to leave the continent. It started with Andrew in Nigeria, which is my name, by the way, my name. Anyway, don't check out. Now is the story of Japa. Any youth you meet today wants to leave the country. How can we sustain these traditional religions that we're talking about? Some practice are good. Some are not fit for purpose. So we're going to highlight the ones that are fit for purpose and the ones that are not fit for purpose, and we'll take it from there onward. Now, in that broadcast by Dr. Rudolph himself, showing the Senate president, Dr. Akpabio, I don't know if he's a doctor, but the Senate president, making mockery of the poor, where the president, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, said, let the poor breathe. And there was a prayer on the floor whereby a motion was passed. Those that agree, for those that want the poor to breathe, to aye, and those that don't want the poor to breathe, nay. The high have the vote, and they laughed. To me, it's what I have been saying since, but it asks a question there, a very sounding question for everyone to that we have to look into. Someone put let me put it, it's having 3 square meals the issues of Africa. That is not what I said. What I said is it's difficult for people to have 3 square meals in Africa, in Nigeria, because of the present situation. And if that is not possible, how will I be able to think of of traditional religion? Don't forget, whatever religion we practice, 3 things are important. Roof over your head, which is shelter, clothing, and food. Even Jesus said it, having food and raiment. So no matter what you practice, these three things, if they are not there, it will be very difficult. You need a special grace of God. You need to know the God you are serving. Let me put it that way, because we are talking about three issues here: Christianity, Islam, and traditional religions. If these things are not there, you will find it difficult to be faithful to the God that you serve. It takes a special, don't let me say special grace. It takes discipline to be committed, to be faithful. So the issue is not just 3 square meal, but the issue is responsible for people not to be able to have that 3 square meal. Now, let me give you an example in Nigeria. I don't know, EB, I don't know where you're from, where you're joining from, but you're familiar with what is happening in Nigeria. And as a result of that, people are finding life difficult. However, if you put this into perspective, where you cannot have your 3 square meal a day, what will you do? Ibi, if you can join on the studio and weigh into this, you would love to. I will put another one there. According to Eziokubu, I apologize if I'm pronouncing your name wrongly. It is not I do not mean to murder your name. Eziokubundu Nwa Biafra. You're a criminal. I believe you are not referring to me. So, shame on you. You think building Africa is by speaking grammars. After studying abroad, all you'll be hoping for is to be a minister for Nigeria. All you want is to cash out like others, a dead country. Well, Mr. Ezeoku, I said that as a joke. As a sense of humor, just to lighten things up, when I said, unfortunately, my name did not come out on the nominees. So it's a joke, right? But no offense taken, and I forgive you for that. I said it as a joke that my name did not come out. And it's not about grammar. I don't speak grammar. I'm learning my grammar. And if I have the opportunity to be an authority in Nigeria, be rest assured, things will be different. Things will change. You can take note of that and take note of my name in case you find me in the position of authority and challenge me with this. According to Caesar said, freedom of religion should be a right. Freedom of religion should be a right in Nigeria. If you want, you should be able to have a dog festival in any city in Nigeria. Well, that I don't think anyone is going to stop anyone from having a dog festival in Nigeria. I don't think there is a law against it. According to the Constitution, you're free to practice whatever religion you want to practice. If you want to have a cat festival, I believe this can be arranged. Or you want to have a fish festival, you can do it. It's your right, your prerogative to as long as you are not causing harm to anyone, then feel free to practice whatever religion you want to practice. It happens all over the world. But also remember, have it at the back of your mind that there's a consequences for everything we do. Every practice, there's always a consequence. As long as you have a clean hand and a pure heart, which I often preach to people, that clean hands and pure heart. It doesn't matter what you practice or what you believe. Clean hands. You are not wishing or causing harm to your fellow human being. So if your religion causes harm or wishing someone, your neighbor, evil, then you need to take a step back and look at actually what you are doing. Now, I will come to EB again. EB, thanks for the messages. Really, the messages keeps me going. When men start fighting battles for their God, then their gods are dead. That is 100% correct. I agree with you, EB, and thanks for that. You allow the gods to fight for themselves. If serving a God, let your God serve for you. I mean, fight for you. It doesn't. I mean, why is it called a God then, if you cannot allow him to fight for you? Now, back to the issue of the Senate president. I will take who is this Caesar go to a traditional federal secretary if it's our right. Now, they in Sokoto they have their traditional festival. You may not agree with it, or they may not agree with it. Now, what you just said or posted buttress the point I made earlier. If we don't have that good political atmosphere, even in your own vicinity, it will be very difficult to practice your festival. I repeat for the record. If we don't have that political atmosphere, even within your environment, to practice any festival will become what? An issue. If you go to the UK, for example, the United Kingdom, you have the Hindus, you have there's this other they call, you have them, they practice their what? Their festival in the United Kingdom. Take a trip or go on Google search and check how many festivals that they practice in the United Kingdom. Because that atmosphere, it's there, that political atmosphere has been created for them to come and practice it. And this is what we are lacking in Africa. If it's not there, it's not there. You cannot magic it from anywhere to say that's going to happen. Thanks, Dr. Rudolph. I'm going to yield the floor to you to weigh into this, and I hope you are not driving. That is your rule. You have to stick to your rule. So I will yield the floor to you. I will come back to those on the comment section. Keep your comments coming. I'm going to highlight them, and we'll talk more on it. Let me yield the floor to the chairman and chief executive of Dr. Damage's show. Thank you.
Andrew, thank you so much. Thank you so much, everybody. I know I'm not weighing in. I'm just trying to apologize for not being here today. I'm just making my way out of New York City. I went to interview Bobby Wine, the former presidential candidate from Uganda, and the musician and the activist. So yeah, that was why I didn't show up. I wanted this show to be to be discussed on different levels. But I'm sure, Andrew, you are doing very well. You're doing. I'm calling you Andrew now, which is not your formal name. Electricity, you are doing very well. Thank you so much for what you are doing. Unfortunately, I can see I'm in a vehicle. The reception is not going to be good across, but it will take me a while to get home. And when I do, I will join you guys again. But I really were listening. I just came on, so I don't know what you've said before I came on, Andrew, electricity. So yeah. But I just want to apologize. Thank you guys, those who are watching and those who will join. The way we frame this question is that we want to look at religion different religion, what it means to us Africans today, what it means for the next 100 years and 10,000 years from now. What is it going to do? How are we going to be like the West? You know, if you look at most of Europe now, they don't remember what their foreparents used to do before they became Christians, and now that they are abandoning Christianity, what are they going to do? Are we going to face a similar fate in Africa? 100 years from now, if something changes, and with the rise of China and India, what would that mean? Are we going to have people in Africa following the Chinese religious practices? So these are some of the dimensions I wanted us to look at the subject. And of course, there's so many political news also, which we will talk about tomorrow. So, electricity. I just want to thank you for stepping in and holding the conversation while I take care of a few things.
Yeah, before you go, if we look at the next 100 years or 500 years, my point of view is, if the political climate in Africa do not change, which is responsible for many people leaving the continent to a different continent, it will be very difficult in respect to traditional religions, because Christianity and Islam is practiced everywhere. And I cited the United Kingdom, that I have a bit knowledge about the Indians, the other Asian people who practice their religion, their tradition, I beg your pardon, despite living where they are, which is not what we do, beside the usual Parapor meeting that we have, like the Igbo meeting, the Umuahia, the Yoruba, the party and everything. That is what we do at the end of the day. But if you really look at the Asians very well, and the Chinese, because they have this political climate that is working for them, they're able to uphold whatever. So in the next 100 years, it will be a different story if we don't fix the political climate in Africa. If everybody leaves, who's gonna teach it? Who's gonna pass it on? No, who is going to pass it on?
No, there's no situation where everybody will leave. People will remain in Africa, irrespective of. And politically, Africa will change. Even if we don't do anything, Africa will change in 100 years. 500 years, Africa will change. The question is how, in what direction, we don't know. But about change, we are sure it's going to happen. So yeah. James, welcome.
Okay, I share your optimism, and it will change, I believe so. I am trying to upload your midweek sermon video, the one you spoke in respect to the Senate president mocking the poor. I'm linking it together with this program, because I argue that I have to be able to be in my right mind to be thinking about traditional religion. If I've not eaten morning, if I don't know where my next meal is coming, I'm a realistic person. If I don't know where my next meal is coming, I ain't gonna be bothered about any tradition or what. Even David in the Bible said he prayed that God does not make him poor. So that he will not curse God, nor make him rich, and he will forsake God. So poverty is something that plays in people's mind when it comes to really. Even in Christianity, you hear people seeking miracle, looking for miracle everywhere, and if they get 3 square meal a day, you win them over. if you come up and say, I am Prophet Dr. Damage, and now I can guarantee you 3 square meal a day. Trust me, you are looking for 1,000 subscribers. I can guarantee in the next 24 hours, you will get it. Change your name to Prophet Dr. Rudolph.
Don't write it off yet. You know, if what I'm doing is not, if it doesn't work out, yeah, that will be the next time. You know? I mean, we can rent a building and use it to start, and I will, you know. And I do see vision sometimes.
So
I predicted that Tinubu will be president, and he became president. You can check it. I was telling him becoming president, so I can start a church and get a simulator to join the church, and then people will flock in, and the door will be open, and I don't know. James will become a treasurer of the church, and he doesn't believe in God, but he can keep the money safe.
Isim, thanks for joining. You're joining from London, man of prestige. Thanks for joining. I will go to James first. James, I will go in order as you join in. This is the topic is how is Africa faring with its triple heritage, Christianity, Islam, and traditional religion. Those on the comment section I want to repeat again. Thank you for your comment. I will keep highlighting it, and we will discuss it as well too. You're part of the very important part of this broadcast. And my argument is, if we don't have a good political climate, it becomes very impossible to uphold anything, particularly the traditional religions, because we have Christianity and Islam everywhere you travel to in the world. And while people are leaving the country or the continent, how can this knowledge be passed on to the next generation? So that is it. I'm going to yield the floor to you, Mr. James. Then I'll come to you, Isimri. Then, man of prestige, I don't know. Are you going for a wrestling fight or a boxing fight? Man of prestige, are you trying to scare Isimri from London? I don't know. Well, you can't scare her because you can see her beret. She's prepared for war. So,
look,
Mr. James, I yield the floor to you.
Where should I start from? Because the topic is very broad. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
We can't hear you. Your voice is very low.
You need to be a bit louder, please. I know you are not you are in the library. If you can, please just be a little bit louder without disturbing those in the library, please. Thank you.
I said the topic is very broad. I really don't know where to start from.
Start anywhere, Mr. James. Start anywhere.
Okay. Now, no. Let me yield the floor to man of prestige while I organize my thoughts.
Before man of prestige, I'll take Isimri first. Isimri, the floor is yours. Sorry if I'm not pronouncing your name very well. And by the way, you are looking good today. It's a compliment. Thank you very much. I yield the floor to you.
Thank you. Can you hear me, please?
Yes.
Okay. Well, the topic is a tough one. Usually, I don't like to comment on religion because it's personal and can be, if you have the wrong view, it may come across as offensive to one out there. Like I say, it's personal. Religion in Africa is soaring, and the output and outcome of religion in Africa has been used by some as political tool. It's gone beyond spiritualism, which is possibly the main purpose of religion for
My friend, please.
guard social moral behaviors,
I
help
will talk a little
people
bit, please.
better relate with one
I will
another.
talk a
The
little bit.
Bible normally will say you treat your fellow human being as you wish to be treated. So I am a Christian. Supposedly, I should be able to emulate um, Christ-like kind of behavior towards my fellow human beings, which is what is preached there. I don't know about Islam. And before I go further, I am not against any religion. Like I say, it's personal. Whichever religion anyone choose to practice and hold there to themselves is their personal prerogative and their right. But my outward look and view on religion is that it's become toxic and divisive in Africa. Born in a very religious home, in those yesteryears, I remember my grandma used to go to the Block Rosary Crusade as a Catholic. I'm born Catholic, then I became Pentecostal. Um, as young as I was, at the age of say around 7, 8, she takes me to the Block Rosary, and I was taught how to pray with the Rosary and praying to the Virgin Mary. At that those sort of period, religion in the villages. I'm not talking about the towns. In villages where actually, for me, practiced truthfully. Although we have some people in villages, whilst they are practicing their specific religions, like a Christian will still visit the traditional kind of way of living. They still will go and consult their gods, and sometimes have had in instances that it was used in a negative effect against one another. So religion has been divisive recently, not as bad as it used to be when I was younger growing up. I knew then that when I prayed, I used to always believe that God is watching me directly. That's the kind of belief system that was put inside me. And that sort of fear helped to guard the way I behaved growing up, having some certain moral boundaries. Like if I want to do something to a fellow human being, I would kind of retract a little bit and have more conscience than it is nowadays. I'm talking about my own experience, which is personal. I don't know about anyone else. Um, but regardless what religion anyone practices, I do not support any form of religion that would pronounce death on another person. For me, personally, um, people should have freedom of speech as long as it's not offensive and is not ruining another person's lives. And their opinions are sacred, and it is their voice, because if some voices are heard and some are silenced, then the world will become an unequal place for everyone to dwell in, because after all, the world is big enough um to what's that English again? It's big enough to contain
To
everyone,
accommodate.
to accommodate everyone in our society. So I believe in live and let live. So that's
Okay.
it for me. Thank you.
Yeah,
Okay. Thank
so before I come to you, either Mr. James or
you.
it's similar. Well, I'm trying to understand your position. It appears to me that you're trying to play safe because you said it's not something you like to talk about because of the sensitivity behind it. I stand to be corrected if that is what you are. But you say we have to talk, like you rightly said, we freedom of speech. We have to talk about everything as long as we mind our language, and you know what religion and traditional issues plays in Africa. It's one of the problem that we've not developed. We see ourselves as enemies, and because you don't belong to, I don't belong to man of prestige, religion or traditional this thing. I now see him what as my enemy, despite the fact that the same blood, color of blood, flows in his vein and in my vein. So we have to talk about it. We can't dismiss it, because if we dismiss it, those who use it as weapons, we continue to use it. That is what I've always been saying, and we just have to talk about it. So if we shoot beyond where we are supposed to shoot beyond, we bring ourselves back and we clarify the position so that the record can reflect. Just in case I decide to take you to court, you can say this there on the record. So I will come to you. There are some things you said I am going to put you on the spot, but I will go to Mr. James. Mr. James, are you ready before I go to Dr. Damir? So are you the floor to? I mean, what's his man of prestige? I beg your pardon. So,
Okay.
Mr. James, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Okay. Let me begin by reading a dictionary definition of religion: the belief in and worship of a supernatural power or powers, especially a god or god. That is what religion is. While tradition is the transmission of customs or beliefs from one generation to another. Okay, these are the dictionary definitions of religion and tradition. These three items we're discussing today: Christianity, Islam, and traditional religions. I really don't know why we should include traditional religions with Islam and Christianity, because when we talk of traditional religion, Christianity is the traditional religions of the Jews. Islam has become the traditional religion of the Arabs. Whereas, what about Africans? We have traditional religions, which is not, so it's very difficult really to bring these three together for one reason. In Africa, we do not have, in Africa, we do not have religion as an entity. The customs and traditions of Africans and the religion are intertwined. They are the same thing. Whereas in other parts of the world, or in most parts of the world, they are different. For example, among the Jews, their customs and traditions, not all of them, I'm mistaking something. Judaism is separate from Christianity in the Middle East. Among the Jews, they have their traditional customs and traditions. That's number one. Then number two, the way they relate with God, which is in harmony with their customs and traditions. In Islam too, they have their customs and traditions. And the way they relate with God is intertwined with their customs and traditions. Now, the same thing with Africans. But in the case of Africa, we don't have a clear-cut name for our religion. We just call it traditional religions. Among the Benis, for example, you see, I don't even know whether to call it religion or sex or whatever it is, because they are intertwined. The way they live their lives and the way they relate with God, they are all, let me say they are mixed up. So I find it very difficult to discuss this topic appropriately. I wish we are able to single out a particular African religion, but is it actually a religion? No. In Africa, from my point of view, it's not even a religion. The tradition and the religion, they are inseparable. Whereas in other parts of the world, they are separable. So this is the problem I'm running into in discussing this issue.
Okay, let me see if I can steer the ship in a way that let me put it this way: regardless of what you believe, it is. Would you agree that it is good to do good by your fellow human being, regardless of what you believe or what you practice? Would you agree that it is a right thing to do good by your fellow human being?
Good. That's a very good question you've asked. But again, the word good is relative. What is good to you might not be good to me. I'm saying this because when I was living, I don't like making too much references to places I've lived in, but I just have to because to drive my point home. When I was living in Palestine, in the state of Israel, a Palestinian can tie bombs all over his body, explosives, walk into a bar or a restaurant patronized by the Jews, and blow himself and the Jews to pieces. From his point of view, he is going straight to heaven to marry 72 virgins waiting for him. Then from the point of view of the Jews, he is going to the hottest part of hell. So you see, good is relative. What is good to one man might not be good to another person. And you might do something bad from your own point of view to me. That bad you have done to me, it could turn out to be of benefit to me, either immediately or as time goes on. To the extent that maybe in future, I will even come and thank you. Thank you very much for what you did to me 2 years or 3 years ago. If not for that, I wouldn't have been able to achieve X, Y, Z. So it is very difficult to say if a deed is good or bad. It's relative.
Mr. James, let me put you on the spot. You highlighted somebody who striped bomb on his body and blew people up. Let's just to you, would you consider that as a good act or a bad act? Just not without attaching it to religion or tradition. By killing other people, would you consider that as a good act or a bad act?
You see, let's assume that I'm a very religious man.
Yeah, let's put religion aside for once in this context.
See, people do things with reasons. If for religious reasons I decide to take such action, from my own point of view, it could be good. But those who suffered what I did, it's a very bad action. Now, for example, let's say there happened to be a Jew somewhere whom I blew to pieces. And that Jew, the way he has been living his life, he has been living living a very reckless life, doing what a Jew is not expected to do. But because I blew him to pieces, when he gets to heaven, God could have sympathy on him. The way this man died, it's unbecoming. Instead of going to hell, why not come to heaven?
Well, Mr. James, we don't know about that. I will come back to you. Let me give the floor to Mr. Man of Prestige. Man of Prestige, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Good morning over here, good afternoon, and I believe it's in London. That should be good evening over there, like Nigerian time. But having said that, you see, I'm a Christian and I do go to church. I used to be a Catholic. I'm talking about devoted Catholic when I was growing up. It's like going to school. They used to compel us to go to church. We have no choice. And I used to be an altar boy, so during that time, I kind of get scared of doing wrong things. I'm not saying I didn't do a lot of wrong things, but I have to limit the wrong things I do because I don't want to be going to the confession all the time to the same father, that I feel like it's my dad. So I limit what I did in order to take, communion every Sunday. So that is very paramount. That was very paramount in my life. But I've changed. I still practice religion. I still go to church, but I'm not a Catholic member anymore. So, I go to the church, Baptist, we dance and everything in the church, but they are all the same religion. Having said that, the two religion that is being practiced, well, not the two religion, because in India they have Buddhism and some other Christian and some, even in Nigeria they have what they call, Ifa or whatever they call it. I think that's not a religion, in my own opinion. So having said that, I don't like to devote too much on religion. I don't even, I'm not into that religious talking. I mean, when I go to church, I listen to the I listen to the bishop, not because of I don't regard him as somebody holier than I do. I just take whatever he preach and use it to, in my life, whether it's good or bad, I utilize what he preaches, not necessarily because he's the man of God. So everything he says is going to be true, like Nigeria, they behave, whatever the pastor say, they do, so, but religion, particularly in Africa, it has become something extraordinary, I mean, whether for good or for bad, but in Nigerian case, to me, most of them is making money. I call it a racketeer because they are there to make money. If I'm in Nigeria going to church, I'm going to go to church, but I will give my tithe, based on what based on what I want to give, not necessarily what the pastor persuaded me to give all my money to church or that kind of thing. So it has become a racketeer, because the church are like politicians, nothing different from them. They are the ones that are keeping the country, down where they are right now. They're not practicing what the Western call church. I mean, look at China, Japan, or something like that. They don't believe in Christ. They don't believe in Christianity. I mean, that's their own thing. But look at where they are progressed. I mean, we pray too much, to the extent that people believe in it. Like, I mean, like when people coming from Nigeria, particularly the present situation right now, they want money. But you will see them going to church, to invite some of them sleep in church for 7 days and everything, even at time when they don't have food to eat. I mean, the church has baptized Nigeria. It's not even funny. Let me just say Africa generally. I mean, the two religious, like you have the Muslim, like what just happened recently regard to the video, the burning of burning of the video, in the northern part of the country. That doesn't even make sense. I mean, the guy that started it, I think he's a nephew of our former president Buhari. He's the one that started it. He never talked about the whole evil, the president perpetrated to the whole Nigeria, but he's so concerned about what the video did not even do it. It was somebody else that did it. I mean, they take religion so to the extreme that it's not even funny. Like you properly stated earlier, when they kill themselves, in name of Allah. I mean, you go there, and strap yourself with a bomb, use yourself as a suicide bomb and kill yourself. You said because the Allah want you to do that. I can't even fathom that because I have a Muslim friend, that I asked this kind of question. He said, no, the Muslim preach. He even went to Quran and show me the verse where it says, thou shalt not kill. There's nothing in Quran that, that says you have to kill in order to go to, heaven or wherever they want to go. So we use the religion in a wrong way. I'm not saying I'm holy, believe me, I have my own fault, but I'm not going to come here and confess to be all that. It's just terrible the way we use religion. Like I said, I mean, I can contribute to religion, but I don't like to talk about it so too much. But it has an effect, in Africa generally, not just
Okay.
Nigeria. Because
I want
go
to
ahead.
play a video. Sorry, I'm a man of prestige.
Okay.
I'm going to link some things up here, and we will take it from there. Welcome Dan to this show. I'm going to play this video. It's by the chairman, chief executive officer of Dr. Damage's program and Iroko Post. Some of you may have seen this video, but I want to extract something out of it for us to actually. I'm going to link it with this triple heritage, and we will go further and further and expand it further until listen, please. Thank you.
Welcome back, part 2. In this series, you hear me say again and again that Nigeria is a failed nation that works for the people, the very people who failed it. But people have asked me, how do you know? How do you know who is a member of this group of people that failed the country? I'll tell you. One of the first signs is that they make fun of the poor. they make fun of the poor people in that country. I'll play you a video of one of them. There are many, and they do it in many ways, but this is a new one. Watch.
Breathe. And then Senator Mustafa has seconded that the poor should breathe. Those who are in support of the additional prayer that the poor should be allowed to breathe, say aye. And those who are against, say nay. The ayes have it, the poor must be allowed to breathe.
Yeah, for them it's funny. It's very funny. The poor must be allowed to breathe. They don't get it. They don't understand what's going on out there. Have you seen his motorcade? Do you know how much he makes? Forget about what the National Assembly, what they take individually. Do you know what the Senate President takes home? Do you know? Do you know he has? He's the third in command. The resources. This was the man who was in charge of the Niger Delta Ministry. You remember what happened there? Remember the case he had, or should continue to have, with EFCC? They're forgotten. Let the poor breathe. It's a joke for him. But don't forget where he started. Don't forget the connection. I'll remind you.
Poor, breathe. Don't suffocate them.
Yes. And that's exactly what he's been doing in the last 60 days. Suffocating the poor. Think about it. What are you going to do about it? Yes, you have to do something. We have to do something. Don't let the poor suffocate and die. We need the poor. You need the poor. The country cannot be just for the few rich people, the people who failed our country, who are making fun of the poor. Until next week, I'll see you. Bye.
No,
Wow.
that's I'm not sure if people on the panel have seen that video before. Somebody have their mic, please. Can you mute your mic, please? I think it's Dan. Dan, do you mind?
Not me.
Oh, but you are speaking. All right, I just muted you, Dan. I said I'm going to link this discussion up. Actually, I was when it was thrown upon me to have this. I said, okay, this is a nice. It's similar. I understand why you don't want to tread on this part because it's sensitive, but trust me, you will be the one to speak more as time goes on if you are still here in this regard. Now, there are three things I'm going to point out there. I call it emotion was raised in respect to let the poor breathe. Okay? In my own head, let the poor breathe. And the motion was passed to say, yes, we agree we should let the poor breathe. The question is, how would they allow or make the poor to breathe? 1. 2, in the process of Rudolph speaking, he paused. When he comes back, I will ask him, he should explain to us, I beg your pardon, that moment that he paused, he took in a breath, what went through his mind. I want to know that. And the most important is when he asks the question, what are you going to do about it? We have to do something about it. Now, it's a shame for the number 3 man in command, the Senate President, to make trivial of the pains of people. Don't forget, He is a Christian. The president is a Muslim. The vice president is a Muslim. And some of the Senate members are either Muslim, Christian, or they have their traditional religion that they practice. Now, when Christ was coming to the time of his death, there is this woman with alabaster oil that was used on Christ. And one of his disciples said, wow, this oil is going to waste. He could have sold it and make money and use it on the poor. And Jesus said, this is for the preparation of his burial. The poor you always have with you. Now, Christ recognizes poor. I have not read the Quran. I believe Muhammad also recognizes the poor. I don't know about traditional religions, but I also want to argue that they also recognize the poor. Why are we not recognizing the poor and making trivial of it? So I'm going to go to Dan. You just joined. After watching that video and in light of what we are discussing, can you please weigh in into the matter? Thank you. You are muted. You are still muted, Dan. You have to unmute yourself. We can't hear you yet.
I've done it now.
All right, thanks.
Yeah, if you see, I was sleeping, to be honest. I used to work at night. So I just woke up and I tuned in and I saw it was this very big topic, religion, That's why I chopped in, And before I go further, the video you showed, I saw it yesterday. Honestly, I was crying at work yesterday. I couldn't take off my mind away from that video. It affected me so much that it affected my working day. People are suffering and they are suffocating us. And the so-called people who, I call them the blind, leading the sighted, ruling Nigeria, are making fun, typical fun of the sufferation of Nigerians. Okay, now let's bring it down to the topic on the board. Nigeria is a place where we carry this religion in the head. I want to align with our brother. What's his name? The man who was I can't say his name. It's very well.
Is it Mr. James?
No, with the
man of prestige.
Man of
okay.
prestige.
He's on a mission today, and you can see similarly also is prepared, putting on a military beret.
That is a revolution beret. I really love it. I love it because I always call for that's our solution when it comes to the nitty-gritty of it. I really love that beret, but I didn't want to comment on it, because I'm just waking up. I'm trying to get, but I joined in when a man of prestige was making a very, very sound argument about religion in Nigeria. Let me just say, last time a religious man came to this panel, I asked him one question. I told him that the education of Nigeria was destroyed. It has already been destroyed. It was on the way of destruction till the religious people just killed it. These new churches coming up in Nigeria and all over West Africa. Because anytime they build a church, they make provision for a school. And what they do, they go to the schools, these public schools, where they have dedicated teachers, who most of them, they are not after money, and take them away from the poor people and take them to their private church where they charge money. Some people cannot even pay to go to those church schools. In fact, I was told that the most expensive school in Nigeria today are owned by all these Deeper Life, Winners Chapel, and all sorts of things. I was thinking that in religion, you help the poor. So they are not different from the politicians who have just mocked us openly. Because these church people, when they build these their schools to help, they say they are helping after tasking their members through tithe. Yeah, because these days to go to church, you going to church is to seek help, but most of the time you go there, you are paying tax. You have to do collection, and they tithe you again. They even tell you sometimes to make pledges. The last time I went to church in Gambia, I used to visit Gambia. Brother James, respect. Gambia is my second home. I'm afraid to go to Nigeria, but I have a place in Gambia. Anytime I'm tired here, I go there to relax, because it reminds me of my days in Nigeria when things were okay. That's how I see Gambia. You understand? It's a small country, but you can walk around 24 hours in that country. Nobody cares about you. So I used to go and hide myself there sometimes. So that is where I went to one church. I don't want to mention the name of that church. In fact, I know the pastor when he was a hustler. Suddenly he became a pastor. All the 2 hours I spent in that church, they were only talking about money. Pledge, tithe, collection, make yourself happy, do what God, celebrate what God have done for you. You know, so the religion of today, as it affects Africa, for me, sorry, where I live here in Stockholm, some of them don't even believe in God, but they are good people. They respect the law. In fact, if they say contribute money to Africa for one sickness or the other, or one helping to build borehole or some other, they all contribute. Even without carrying this our church in Africa in the head, or Islam or in the head, or this our traditional system, they don't mention it, but I tell you, most Christians I know, they also believe in juju. Most Christians, I see them, hustlers, I mean, street boys like me. That is where I've come from. Before you know, they say, oh boy, like Yoruba used to check out labor. Let's go the natural way. You know, those kind of things. So religion in Africa, let me don't go too much, because sometimes I might confuse myself with the religion problem. Let me round up. It's just a deception. We are just deceiving ourselves with that religion thing. I don't really see it playing. And all these people who were mocking us yesterday, most of them are church, almost when they go to church or mosque, they sit on the high table. They respect them even more than God, even though we know they are the one destroying us. The pastors or the imam of those places bring them to the high table. They sit very close to the pastors. Let me stop here. Thank you.
Thank you very. Before I weigh, I will give Ismail the floor to continue our argument, but like someone, the what I posted before this is ask a question: is the church the problem in Nigeria, or the biggest problem in Nigeria? As such, the country is in the state that it is right now, because the president is a Muslim, the vice president is equally a Muslim, the number 3 man is a Christian, and most on the, I want to argue, I stand to be corrected, most on the senators, maybe not, don't let me say most, 50-50 Christian, Muslim, or their traditional practice traditional religion. So these are the people governing us. Mixed. So if with these mixed characters that we have, is it a case that the problem is now issue of religion or traditional religion? Remember, the president, vice president is a Muslim. The Senate president, Akpabio, is a Christian who is in the legislative arm, and others. So if we are saying the church is our problem, how do we solve this problem?
Is that to me?
Okay.
It's so Isimli. I'll give the floor to Isimli.
Well, I would say,
Sorry, Ism, before you let me add to it. The wife of the president, she's a Christian and equally a pastor as well too. And in most of her speech, she often referred to uh, God and the goodness of God. In her Thanksgiving speech, she swore on the altar that they are going to do good by Nigeria. Unfortunately, I should have downloaded that part of the video and play it for us to see. So I yield the floor to you. Thank you.
thank you, Mr. Electricity. Well, this is a very deep question, and the section surrounding the explanations you've just made now, they are interwoven in a way. I see, for me, I always say this is my voice. It may not be, or what I believe, or what I think may not be perfect, but this is my own opinion that individuals are the problem. The people are the problem. Religion, in its sense, is meant to actually help guard people's morals in society, depending on what religion one is practicing. But I do know that Christianity and the Bible preaches to treat your fellow human being as you wish to be treated. It helps to guard morals when you want to go astray to hurt your fellow human being by scamming them, by doing things that would actually hurt another person. You would reflect by what the Bible tells that person. But then, these days, or even then, there will still always be the bad apples in a religious society, be it Christianity or Islam, I would suppose, or even another type of religion, because we have various types. It's not just Christianity, Islam, we have Hare Krishna. We have other different religious belief system in societies. Individuals can actually misinterpret what um, the existence of what is being preached in those religious aspects. They can actually use those words as a weapon against one another. They can use those words to enrich themselves, as some pastors will do in churches. When you go to church, I particularly had been to one where I was told, no, where the congregations were told not to come forward to put in any offering if they had certain amount, say below £5, that the God in that church is not a poor God. Who are you to stand to act as God? Which God are you talking about? Do you actually know God to tell people how much they should be giving? I felt offering is something of the mustard seed from the heart. It's just between you and your belief system, what you're doing it. Then from there, they will be telling you to sow seeds. I remember that I went through hell before I got my settlement in the UK here. I prayed my voice out. I prayed my eyes out. Sleepless nights. I always soil my pillow. I'm not ashamed of it, because they say when you go through stuff in life, it sharpens you and it makes you who you are, which radiates around you, which a lot of people may not understand. You understand? Um, Going through that had that moment uh, actually opened the other side of religion, the darker side of religion to me. Wasn't the sort of religion I grew up with as a kid. Growing up, then I knew that you have to show respect to your parents, anyone that is older than you. in the compound where we lived in our society, people are being placed in compounds surrounded by a big fence. But there are, it's not like the way the houses are built in the West, organized in a certain way. The compounds, you may have different kindreds for having different surnames living in the same compound with one entrance. And being in such society, practicing religion growing up as a kid, I got from religion that you could ask an elderly person who doesn't have, or whom the grandchildren are away and old, perhaps no one is caring for that elderly person. You go there in the morning once we finished off, and ask that elderly person that bears a different surname from yours, would you like your pot to be filled with water today? And she would say yes. What help do you need at home? Have you eaten today? If they don't have food, you can take your food from your house and give to them. I remember even during the period of Christmas, when you cook, you don't cook for one person, you don't cook for just yourself. This is part of religion, what religion had um, trained people to behave: be your brother's keepers. You cook in large quantities, knowing that people will come to see you. Some people come because they are hungry, but they still show love and you feed them. So you when you cook on that Christmas day, you have to share food to individual family. If there are eight, you have to put the best of the meats, you have to put the best of the grains, the best of the stew, and make sure that the food is large enough to contain the household that you're going to give it to. That is how I believe religion helped to promote a good social moral behaviors growing up. But then when I'm here, I found out that it became divisive. um, People were abused in a financial way, were ripped off. Some people, not all of them, some so-called men of God were collecting more money, especially when you call and say, "Oh, I need some prayers. I'm going through stuff with your paper settlement and stuff like that." Once they hear possibly a little bit of an accent, because when you call those men of God back home, make sure you put your logo speaking broken. If they find out you're abroad, your own money will be multiplied by hundreds. That's when they will remember that you have to pay in thousands. You have to, you pay tithes. You buy them cars. You buy them motorbikes. Even at that, they don't even pick the calls when you call them. When you really need them most, that what the Bible preaches, they say, okay, they want to be pastors. The Reverend Fathers don't want to marry, they want to serve God. Serving God, you're using those words in the Bible to help your fellow human beings to become a better person in the society. You invest in people's lives to help them ease their pains. But in reverse, they were actually asking for more money, and it became a thing of money to the extent one of them was saying to me, you have to promise, your papers will come, but you have to promise how much you're going to give when it comes, because they know that it will definitely come. If you're in abroad, it's a matter of time. If you keep straight, you don't get involved in stuff that you know, negative stuff against the law of the land. At some point, you will get it. It's a matter of time. I'm sure they know that. So they imagine if they have 100 people or 10 people going through similar stuff, and each one of them have promised, depending, say this month 10 promise. It's hell, and it gets.
Sorry, so let me stop you there for a while. Dan and Mr. James, I beg your patience in this, because I want to put this, I want to put something further to listen. She's the only lady here, so I love when we have a lady on the floor. Huh?
I'm sorry that if I'm taking your time, but
No,
I'm
no, 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 no. You're gonna speak more. That's what I'm
okay.
begging them. Come again.
I said, I'm sorry if I'm taking much time, but I'm not
No,
sorry to be a woman.
Isimre, I am begging them to be patient because we want to give you more time.
yeah.
That is, we enjoying what you're saying, and you're making some points. And one of the reasons people left, we're Nigerians here, so let me focus on Nigeria. We left is for economic reasons. One of the major reasons we left is for economic reasons, and we find ourselves in this.
Not
In
everyone.
this, I said most of us, economic reason. But you said you attended a program where the pastor said anything less than £5 is not going to call or is not going to accept. I relate with that story. But the question I want to ask you is this. You have a voice and nobody can shut your voice down. I've always respect you for that. Did you say anything to the pastor that this is right or wrong?
I didn't get the opportunity because where I was at that time was in a dark moment. Because when one is in a dark moment, people treat their darkness in different ways. It might not be the best time to speak because you're still facing the mountain in front of you to get it solved. Perhaps if I see the pastor now, I would, but eventually I removed myself from that. I always get itchy feet with stuff like that. I'm quick to easily remove myself. I just cut off because I know actually what I wanted to achieve. I give if I want to give, but it's not by force.
All right, thank you. Going down on Mr. James, following on to a similar story in this question I asked her, relating it with Christianity, Islam, and tradition, our triple heritage, finding ourselves in a dark place, in a dark moment, as highlighted by Isimli. Do you think we can uphold this heritage or whatever morals this our religion asks us to practice? Do you think we can uphold it and pass it on to generations to come?
No, you see, I defined religion earlier on as the belief in the worship of a superhuman power, the belief in the worship, so the belief in and worship of a superhuman power or powers, especially a god or gods. Now, the question you're asking is, please kindly repeat the question again.
I asked Isimri in respect to the situation she was, that she says she was in a dark place, and as such she did not say anything to the pastor at the time, which is understandable. Now, whether it is Christianity, Islam, or traditional religion, there are some ethics that we are expected to follow or to uphold. Now, if we are in that dark space, let's argue that those ethics are good ethics. How do we uphold such ethics and pass it on?
I don't know what you mean by dark place. You mean in terms of difficulty?
Yeah, dark
problem?
place. Yeah, dark place. Yeah. Yes.
Yes. So, you see, your relationship with God, from the definition I gave, your relationship with God, that is your religion. If you believe in your religion, that God is overseeing you, taking note of what you are going through, why do you need a mediator between you and God? You relate directly with Him. My father, for example, when I was a little boy, when I need something from him, I don't even go through my mother or anybody. I talk to him straight away, like father and child, discussing issues. So if God, you have direct relationship with God, it doesn't make sense to me going through a pastor or a man of God to relate my problems to God. So it's a little bit confusing.
Thank you, Mr. James. I just posted something. I'll come back to you similarly. So I just posted a copy.
Sorry, I just wanted to
Pardon?
comment a notion there. When like that church, I was a member. I didn't speak to the pastor as my savior to help me in my problems, but as a church member, I knew why I went there because, after all, in religion, as a Christian, they said where two or three are gathered. That's how it's said. People come to worship and pray and then learn more about the scripture. Just like Sundays, it was a Sunday church. Period. I didn't go to the pastor to help me bring down heaven. Thank you.
Thank you. If you look at what is on the screen there, Dubai is a religious country. It's a Muslim country, by the way. They are religious. Dubai, Qatar, I think the United Arab Emirates, all those areas. And they are well developed. Particularly, we talk more about Dubai, how Nigerians go to Dubai to spend the money. Our Atiku has his residence in Dubai or wherever it is, and how everybody, but it is well developed. They have 24 hours electricity, I believe. I've not been there, but I've just seen pictures. I believe maybe Dan or Mr. James, who is our traveler here, have traveled a lot. Probably you've gone past Dubai, and it's a Muslim nation.
No, you see, there's a difference between an Islamic nation and a Muslim nation.
Okay, Mr. James, hold on 1 second. The point I'm trying to highlight here is they have a functional society. They have the wealth. They make use of the wealth. They have a functional society. I want to guarantee you that if you tell Nigerians today, some Nigerians today, if they would like to go and live in Dubai, they will tell you, yes, I would like to go and live in Dubai. I guess I am wrong there. I'll come back to Dan. I yield the floor to you. Go ahead.
Thank you. Yeah, let me start from that first question you asked Isimile, where she ever explained it about when you are in the dark spots. How does it relate to your beliefs in religion? Well, for me, Mr. James said you don't need an intermediary. I don't know if it's the right English.
Yes,
somebody to intercede for you to know God. You understand? For me, I'm a Christian. I was born as a Christian, as my name can say, Daniel. But I never believed in church, I never believed in church because if you see, I'm a Rasta man. I have been a Rasta in the heart before I ever carry. If I show some of my picture, you might not recognize both of us. But then as time went on in life, I decided to, because these religious people, I don't like to hide anything. Right from my own family, I was hurt. I was almost killed from my own. I'm talking at when they are chasing me now, where we run into. That was the place I realized that, my brother, there's nothing like religion. All these so-called religious people, for example, those people who carry it in the head, they will tell you, my sister, she used to tell me, if she want to weaken me, she will say, in a jepoka, which means, do you still go to church? I would just quench her and say, madam, you people who have been going to church, you carry it in the head. I don't see there's nothing that attracts me in your behaviors. You understand? How you people live your life and the way you are telling us that we don't go to church. I mean, if you want to tell somebody now to believe in God, for example, all these men of God, women of God, stealing and cheating Nigerians, destroying our country through religion. Most of them are some of them, I know them, ever before they became this so-called man of God. They don't have no good character, first of all. Suddenly they go to 6 months Bible college. Before you know, now they start jumping around in one church, claiming they know everything. So what I'm trying to learn is, I don't believe in church or these religion things. I don't believe in it. What I believe in is Do to your neighbor what you want them to do to you. The Bible have never changed. The 10 Commandments have never changed, and it will never change. We all know the good things. These Western countries we are living happily, and all these things, like I told you before. Some of them, if you talk about God, they just look at you and tell you to just, in fact, they won't tell you anything. Their body language will tell you that they seem to look at you as a fool. They respect the law. They do the right thing. They don't have to be told by anybody that you have to pay your tax, you have to, don't steal, don't spoil the government things, don't cheat. They don't need people to tell us like in Africa. Or maybe sometime when you have a difficult thing, you think that going to church or going to one pastor, to call one pastor will solve your problem. No. I don't believe in things like that. If I'm weak, I've seen life, brother. I've seen near death in life caused by people, not by me, because I have a weak point. Sometimes when I'm in trouble, I can talk to a friend or somebody I don't know, to maybe he can give me an idea. But many of them, they will never tell you the truth. They will just tell you, I go to church, call pastor, do this. Then I go in my one corner, I say, call pastor. Okay. Pastor not be human being like me. No, let me just try my best and pray. And if I'm weak, maybe if I'm not giving enough time to my hustling, I add more time to see whether it can improve. And I can tell you, since I developed that mindset, I can tell you I'm proud of myself. I don't need anybody to assist me on anything. If I come into a confusion now, like this type of program you brought up now, it's better for me to come into here to listen than to go and call one pastor in Nigeria or one pastor somewhere, exposing myself. And after they know all your trouble, some of them cannot even help you. Let me tell you, I met a guy in Cape Verde Island. He told me that in the church they were going to in Nigeria, sometimes they will say collection for those people who their children are overseas. Can you imagine that? A church telling them this collection now are for families who have children overseas, and you are compelled to give bountifully because they know that those people in overseas are sending you money because they've seen how you are living. Maybe you didn't have a car before your son traveled or your daughter traveled. Suddenly now you are driving a Mercedes Benz. So they go into these ways to cheat. So for me, you said something about Dubai. If it's a Muslim country, it is not the religion that matters. It's the people. How does the people look at Nigeria? In the last time I went to Nigeria so many years ago, I just went there. I don't know what even took me. I think I was missing Nigeria. I just went to Abuja. My brother and sister, let me tell you the fact. The street I stayed in that Abuja, almost around evening time, from 5 to 6, brother, you start to hear somebody ringing bell in this place, somebody shouting in that place, and they are not churches, so it's a residence house, so people praying. I said, I asked my friend, I said, bros, church day here? He said, bros, now so they say I'm here. Even some people, they use toilet as church. But no improvement in Nigeria. Nothing works there. Anybody you deal with, they will cheat you. But people like Dubai, Saudi Arabia, they are a religious country, but they have good hearts. These are the people who believe in their God. They don't cheat. The money they are getting from their country, they use it to develop to the poor people. But Nigeria, anything we get, then chop them. Look at the people laughing at us yesterday. Let the poor breathe. Like I told you, sometimes you see them in churches sitting very close to the pastors. So me, I don't see that religion is the problem. The problem is the people. Thank you.
Yeah. It's okay.
Thank you, Dan. You made a very come again. You made a very
Briefly.
okay. Go ahead, Mr. James, and
Yeah, you see,
welcome on the show. Hold on, Mr. James. Welcome. Let me see. Issues of life. Okay, we'll come to you. I think you'll be interesting to hear from. Mr. James, the floor is yours, please.
Yeah, when we are discussing issues of this nature, we should not mix our ideas with the way we live in Nigeria, because this platform is international. I think somebody from Sierra Leone living in England is watching us, right? Right now. It's international. Now, let me make something very clear. In Nigeria, we are a bunch of confused people. We're a bunch of confused people. I'll tell you the reason why. The Constitution of Nigeria.
Mr. James, you just said this program we are watching it internationally, and now you are now narrowing it down to Nigeria.
You see the reason. You see the
Go
reason
ahead,
why I'm
Mr.
saying
James.
so. Yes. Now, the Constitution of Nigeria separated the state from religion, in principle, because Nigeria is a secular state, as far as I am concerned. Now, in that secular state, the state government created two judicial systems, common law and Sharia law. Sharia law is based on Islam. Common law is based on English tradition that is rooted in Christianity. So there's already, a contradiction along the line. Not long ago, you made mention of the wife of Tinubu as being a Christian, and she said this, you were saying, maybe it was saying something I can't remember. She should stay away from affairs of state, because in the Constitution of Nigeria, there's no room for her there. She has no role to play in the Constitution of Nigeria. So, but we've given them a lot of leeway to the extent that they interfere with the running of the state. So they are not using it as a tool that, after all, although it's a Christian ticket, the wife of Bola Tinubu is a Muslim ticket. The wife of Tinubu is a Christian, she's a pastor. Nigeria is not a religious state. It's not a theocratic state. It's a secular state, as far as I know. And also, why is it that in a secular state, let's say in Zamfara state, for example, if I commit an offense, I will either go to Sharia court or I go to what's called, a Western court. Now, it's not even the Constitution that is determining this thing. So you see that the whole country is thoroughly mixed up because we are unable to go by the provisions of the Constitution rigidly. If we want the country to be a religious state, we come up with a new constitution that will define how we are going to relate with each other. But right now, the constitution is saying that the state is secular, and at the same time, you have Sharia court system. So we're just a bunch of confused people. And there's something I want to say lastly. Religion does not create harmony. If you know the atrocities religion has committed in the history of man, if you read the history of the atrocities religion has committed, you will run away from religion. And one of it is colonialism. The white man came to Africa with Christianity, won the hearts of the people. After winning the hearts of the people, they committed horrendous colonial atrocities to the extent that, it's exploitation. So if the Christian religion is God-based, or is the religion, if they are worshiping God, if Christianity is God-centered, I do not know how that same God will allow the white man to use the religion to go and exploit innocent people in other parts of the world to their selfish advantage, and you want me to believe in that religion. So as I said earlier on, in Nigeria, we're a confused people. We need to create order out of the confusion. Then we find ourselves, we'll be able to find our bearing clearly. In Dubai, for example, which you are citing, it's very likely that Dubai is a theocratic state. It's an Islamic state. Maybe the Quran is their constitution. I do not know. But I know that in Saudi Arabia, the Quran is their constitution. But despite the fact that majority of them are Muslims, they still allow other people to breed. But in a place like Nigeria, depending on where you are, your religion determines quite a lot of things. If you will rise in your place of work, or if you will fall, if you get an appointment, or whatever it is, it depends on your religion. And what is religion? It's your relationship with God. God is in his heaven or wherever he is. His affairs, in my opinion, should not have anything to do with us, the way we organize ourselves. So let us separate religion from state. This is the issue.
All right. Thank you, Mr. James. I will come back to you because, but let me try and see if I can surmise what Dan was saying. Dan, correct me if I'm wrong. The emphasis you're trying to make has to do with characters and behaviors of people. Would that be correct?
Yeah, sure, yeah.
Yeah. So that is what Dan was trying to say. I mean, was telling us, and somebody did highlight and that part. Now, welcome, Niger Man. Issues of Life, welcome. For those of you joining us, I want to repeat the video that the chief executive of this broadcast made on Wednesday. And he asks a very valid question. We will come to that question. I want to leave that question to the end. Hopefully, others will come so that we answer that question. The question he asks in the video is, what are you going to do? We have to do something about the issue. So I'm going to play the video again for those joining us. I'll play it as many times. I've watched it as many times. And I pray Rudolph join us. And I would like to put him on the spot in this regard. He's hearing me, so he probably will run away. But hopefully he will come and join us. Listen to this video, please. Maybe you've seen it, but just because of this broadcast. Thank you.
Welcome back, part 2. In this series, you hear me say again and again that Nigeria is a failed nation that works for the people, the very people who failed it. But people have asked me, how do you know? How do you know who is a member of this group of people that failed the country? I'll tell you, one of the first signs is that they make fun of the poor. They make fun of the poor people in that country. I'll play you a video of one of them. There are many. And they do it in many ways. But this is a new one. Watch.
Breathe. And then Senator Mustafa has seconded that the poor should breathe. Those who are in support of the additional prayer that the poor should be allowed to breathe, say aye. And those who are against, say nay. The ayes have it, the poor must be allowed to breathe.
Yeah. For them, it's funny. It's very funny. The poor must be allowed to breathe. They don't get it. They don't understand what's going on out there. Have you seen his motorcade? Do you know how much he makes? Forget about what the National Assembly, what they take individually. Do you know what the Senate president takes home? Do you know? Do you know he has? He's the third in command. The resources. This was the man who was in charge of the Niger Delta ministry. You remember what happened there? Remember the case he had, or should continue to have, with EFCC? They're forgotten. Let the poor breathe. It's a joke for him. But don't forget where he started. Don't forget the connection. I'll remind you.
Poor, breathe. Don't suffocate them.
Yes. And that's exactly what he's been doing in the last 60 days. Suffocating the poor. Think about it. What are you going to do about it? Yes, you have to do something. We have to do something. Don't let the poor suffocate and die. We need the poor. You need the poor. The country cannot be just for the few rich people, the people who failed our country, who are making fun of the poor. Until next week, I'll see you. Bye.
Issue of life. Okay. I think it's we have Niger Man. Niger Man, let me make an appeal to you. I know your temper is always high when you come to. Please, there's no ambulance or medical personnel. We are on a panel here. I cannot call 911 for you. Kindly calm down and don't let your blood pressure rise, please. This is a special appeal from me to you. The floor is yours, please. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Electricity is too funny.
Okay, Najaman, hold on 1 second. Issues of Life is back. I'll come to you, please. Issues of Life, we lost you. You're back. So on that video, can you weigh in, please?
Yes, I listened to the video. Sorry, I was having some network issues here, so I have to switch. Of course, I listened. Even I watched the news there. Are you hearing me now?
Yeah. We can hear you.
Yes, that is human being for you. They are making jest of the poor. So we know Nigeria very well, and that is one of the reasons why, they are doing what they are doing in order to have people being poor and be used as the like. So I listened to the video. So let me go back to the discussion, because that was one of the reasons why I came in, because I always watch you people every Saturday at the background. So talking about religion, I think most time we get things, we get it all wrong. We get things mixed up. When we talk of religions, our mind will quickly just goes to either Christianity or Islam. Christianity and Islam are not the only religion, even in Nigeria. Before the arrival of Christianity or Islam, Nigeria were already rooted in religion. So rooted in traditional religion that even they cannot even do anything without consulting an oracle. Oracle consultation were a part of our system. These are our traditional religions. We were so deep in traditional religion. We were so dedicated in traditional religion. We can't do anything without the consultation of oracle. In fact, we take order from the oracle. Whether they are right or they are wrong, we don't even care. Once the oracle has spoken, that is it. So, we have to look at it in that perspective. By the grace of God, my father told us so many things. I still meet my father. My father died at the age of 94. He told us so many things before the arrival of Christianity. And looking at what my father told us, I can tell you that even traditional religion done more havoc to humanity than other religion you can think of. Because then, traditionally, you could see a native doctor or a traditionalist manipulating people, oppressing people, oppressing poor widows, taking what belongs to them, all in the name of the God has spoken. Traditionally, you could see that oracle already demanded for the child of a poor widow for sacrifice rather than that of the king, who is really or the ruling class. All these are religional perspective. We don't, just pick out Christianity or Islam and begin to look at it. So that is by the way. So what we understand is this. To me, I didn't see religions as a problem. Human beings are wicked in nature. Human beings are dubious in nature. Human beings are corrupt in nature, no matter how we look at it. Human beings are anything you can think of negatively. What they do with religion is this: they take advantage of religion, to begin to manipulate people for their own selfish interest. The only way I could say maybe Christianity, have a little effect is when it brought in forgiveness and mercy. Because then in traditional religion, there is no room for mercy or forgiveness. But I can tell you that the priests, the oracles, they have a way they play around all those stuffs. They have a way of they play around all those stuff in order to bring people under their bondage. So, looking at all these things, you will agree with me that Religion is not basically the issue here. The issue are the people in the religion. Somebody make a reference to Egypt civilization. Go and look at the history of Egypt. Egypt were also in religion. Though it wasn't Islam, neither Christianity, they were having their traditional religion. We were told that Egyptians were having more than 1,000 gods they worship. So these are religion. Now, looking at the Western world, the Europe, let me use Europe as a case study. I am in Europe, by the way. These people, when the Christianity come to them, because Christianity actually came from Israel, they were not the founder of Christianity. They take it, they embrace it. But look at the way they are. Look at the way they are living. Most time we misunderstood that they are not Christians. They are Christians. They are Christian in their own way. I work with them. We discuss. They are Christian in their own way. I can tell you, more than 80% of them, if they have a newborn baby, they go to the church to get it baptized. That is the way they practice their own. It might be different from the way we do our own, but they are Christians, as Europe are situated. Now, why do they differ from Africa? Why their system, their way, everything different from Africa? That is where humanity have to come in. We Africa, our mindset, we are wicked. We are wicked. With anything called love, we don't have it. Even religion would have helped us if actually we open our heart to embrace it. No, instead we begin to use religion to oppress people based on our own selfish interest.
Infrastructures out there,
You said?
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry, it's go ahead.
Okay. So what am I trying to say here? What would have helped Africa is constitution. Human beings as a nature, the Bible said, the heart of men are desperately wicked. It's not only black, whether you are black, whether you are white, the heart of men. Take constitution, take law out of Europe. You will be seeing crime every second. What built these people is the rule of law. Here in Europe, I have studied their history. I school here, I work here. I have been living in Europe now for going to 12, 13 years, if it's no more than. What makes the difference is the rule of law. Our lawmakers are dubious. You don't wait for religions to religion, people take advantage of it, whether tradition, Islam, or whatever. What would have helped Nigeria as a country is the rule of law. When the rule of law is not in place, anybody can become anything. We become a banana island. Everybody can do whatever they want to do. But when there is law, when you know that when you committed a particular offense, you will go in for it. Like for instance, in Europe here, once you make a mistake, you pay for it. There is no two way about it. You pay for it. Once you break any law, you go in for it. There is nothing like order from above. You can see that even in Western world, you will find out that even prime ministers can even go to prison. They can be prosecuted. But we don't see such things in Africa, in Nigeria as a country. We have some crises who as it were, are above the law. No matter what they do, nobody can touch them. So religion has nothing to do with what is happening in Africa. Our problem is the rule of law. We don't obey the rule of law. Everybody is corrupt. From the judges down to the last man in the street, everybody is corrupt. That is our problem. Religion, we know that religion is a voluntary something. I can decide not to follow. Nobody can kill me. Nobody can come and take me and say, you didn't go to church, you didn't go to mosque. Come and die. Nobody. It's a voluntary stuff. But rule of law, when there is a good rule of law, constitution that guide people, everybody will maintain. When you know that when you commit a crime, you go in for it. Irrespective of your status, everybody will maintain. If Africa must move forward, we put even the religion itself can even be guided by the rule of law. Here in Europe, if a reverend father or a pastor commit a crime, he go in. They will use their constitution to judge him. Somebody made mention of Dubai, and those are Muslim. Saudi Arabia, those are Muslim. But look at those countries. It exactly the same Quran. Our problem, all these our leaders, they none of them obey the law. They have succeeded putting the judiciary into their handpit. We see what happened. We see what happened in the system. We see when the election time, the former Senate president, we see how it come in. Even the Senate president of today, you see how it come in. Who is checkmating all those things?
Thank you very much. Thank you, Issues of Life. Let me highlight what Issue of Life said in terms of he quoted a scripture which says that the heart of man is deceitful above all things who cannot. So it's not about religion, it's about the heart of man. So, which is correct. Only God knows the heart. Madam Nelly, welcome. Before I come to you, there's somebody. Niger man. Niger man. Let's.
I thought I was supposed to
before
speak and elaborate because I've not elaborated like Isimiri did. Did you? Can I?
You are one of the house, so you cannot beat me with your broad shoulder. I will come to you later on. Mr. James, you drew my attention to somebody that was, I think that was by error. I intend to put Henry Johnson in a timeout because of his comment he was making. So I think I clicked the wrong person. I will have that rectified. My apologies for that. Again, I want to sound an appeal to Niger man. There is no ambulance around you there. We can't call 911 for you. Please, kindly take it easy and express it. Thank you very much. But man of President, Isimili, thank you. For the ladies here, I'm going to be biased towards the men. I always appreciate you when you come on the floor. Please bear with me. I will come to you. So once Niger man finish, I will come to Madam Nelly. Then Isimili has a million questions she has to answer. Thank you.
Good evening, good afternoon, everyone. Hey, pardon.
Hey, well, yeah.
Oh, yes, no more say go to baba. No more.
But yeah. Call.
I don't know, sir. No more, sir. Yeah, we are talking. Are we going about religion? Huh?
No, sorry.
That is the most beautiful language on earth now.
No. Excuse me.
I'm just kidding.
No.
It's just a joke. They just make it. Just kidding.
What we have said has no equivalence in English language. We are sorry.
Go ahead, Najama.
It's good to have knowledge, you know.
Yeah. So, are we talking about a video about the religion? Because I like what, if I can take from what Mr. At least the issue of life said, if you are saying you want to blame the rule of law, you have to blame the religion too, because there is nothing you are going to separate from the two. Because Nigeria, the rule is made for people. So it is written. It's not going to tell you to do this. You have to obey it. So nobody obey rule in Nigeria. Let's forget. Everybody is to blame about that. Number two, the religion, is it not written which church or pastor are following the real scripture the way they said it? All is to siphon and move people to poverty. That is why people go to church Monday to Sunday in Nigeria, because they brainwash people to make money. So everybody are the same. Nobody obey law. Even the party we are talking, all of them have rules and regulations. Nobody obey that. So that is just a Nigeria problem. If we are in abroad, we want to obey law. Once we learn that, even we in abroad, once we learn that amen, when the flight announced, welcome to Nigeria, our system change. We want to go fast. We want to build immigration. We want to take our luggage fast. We want to make everything fast. We want to even give them money and get out of there. So nobody should blame one person in Nigeria. Nobody's obeying. None of us is obeying law. Even here in abroad, see somebody that told you there is no license. Citizen can't try it. But we come here. We want to try it, drive without license, no insurance, no MOT. So what are we saying? That is our character. We are born to be aggressive in life. That is Africa for us. So that is it. For the other, the people in the Senate, so that is the problem we have in Nigeria now. That is the same character. That is the same character. So let me just bring my temper down. She said, I don't just want to provoke anymore. That is the same character because they are turned to now. That is to show us that the National Assembly have become a skit maker now. Sabinos, go and watch it there. So they go to market and go and buy fuel and know what people are facing. I don't expect them. Look at the Senate, the House of Rep. Abbas is saying yesterday they are creating more committee, more deputy, more air. And these are people who told us we should tighten our bets, and they lose their own. Enjoying. So what are we going to say about these people? What are we going to do? What are we going to do? You don't vote for them?
Niger man, that is the $1 million question that we all will have to address. We have to respond to it. That is the height of this discussion. It's a very important question. We'll put everything aside to answer this question. Now, before I come back to you, Niger, thank you for cooling your temper. I was actually praying for that because I know I know you. I appreciate it. Let me just go to Madam Nelly. Madam Nelly, welcome to the show. Please, can you weigh in on the issue? Then we will now deal with the question. I believe we will spend about 3 hours dealing with that question because it's important to me, and I'm going to be putting questions to every one of you in respect to that question. I will be challenging every one of us here in respect to that question, which Niger man echoes again. Issue of life, don't leave, please. Man of prestige, please, I'm appealing. Thank you, Madam Nelly. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Electricity, can I please take permission, go to Isimili because somebody who is going to fix my AC is here. Let me just show them what to do, and I'll be back.
All right. We're here for you. All right, thank you for that. It's man of prestige. Similarly, before I come to you, let me be fair to man of prestige. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Like I spoken earlier, I just need to elaborate about the question you asked. I mean, the issue is not about religion; it's what we make of religion. Because, like Isimri properly stated, religion, we go to church and it's about morality. Because if there's no religion, this is my own personal opinion. People wouldn't be scared of anything. Because for me, if I want to do something bad, I look and say, "There's God." The God is looking at me. I think that will deter me from doing what I wanted to do, what I consider to be not wrong. Right or wrong. That's the purpose of religion. But people misuse religion, for their own, for their own greediness or for their own betterment. For example, I mean, Nigeria is an epitome of what we use religion, because there's no difference between the politician and the so-called man of God or the soul leaders. They siphon Nigeria, enslave Nigerian people, for their own benefit. Because most of them has kids here, in overseas and everybody, going to school. But the people in Nigeria are suffering. They don't care about them. Somebody making 30,000 naira a month or 50,000 or whatever is the minimum wage, which I don't know. You expect them to contribute for your own weightiness. That's an abomination in my own opinion. I mean, religion is not about religion. I mean, for example, let me give you a typical example in America. The so-called the Christianity here. They voted for Trump, and you have Trump, who is an epitome of what I consider to be everything about devil that he impersonate. I mean, white supremacy. I mean, everything you can think about, but they voted for him because he's going to give them what they want. He's going to give them the Supreme Court. So people, even in the Western world, people misuse religion. So you have people who don't even believe in religion. They even do better things than the so-called somebody who's religious. So it's not about religion. That's what I just have to say in that regard. We tend to misuse what we call religion and human being. No, that's not the point. I mean, you can believe in whatever religion you want to believe. Don't blame it on religion, because religion never teach you to do something bad. It's about human being, like somebody here properly stated, human being are wicked in their nature, but it's how you behave out there is what will transpire where you are in this world. So that's what I have to say. It's not about religion.
Thank you very much. Now let's deal with the issue at hand. What's the question, Mr. James?
Yes, please.
The question asked by, do I play the video again? Or the question asked is, what are we going to do about it? We have to do something about it. We have to do something. Somebody asked for the link. I've already posted the link on the comment section. I'm going to repost it again. So apologies. It's hard keeping my eye on this, and I've reposted it again. So I will start from you, Mr. James. Please take as much time. Remember, the question is, what are we have to do something about it. Before you speak, I have often argued that we in the diaspora, we sit in a privileged position. I've also argued in respect to the Constitution, Section 68 and Section 110 of the Constitution, regardless of whether our triple heritage is disappearing or not. I said, if we don't have that political will there, anything will disappear. It's in the scriptures as well, too. So here are legislators who are making mockery of their constituents in their constituency. We have to do something about it. So, Mr. James, I will start from you. Then Isimili, then Issues of Life, then Niger Man, then Man of Prestige. If Madam Nelly join us, she's going to come in. Then Dan the Man will now, and if others comes in, this is an important question, and I'm glad it's coming from Rudolph himself. I'm glad that it's coming from him. He's probably laughing where he is or sitting down and cursing me that why would electricity bring this thing up and put him in the middle? No problem. I will survive him. So, Mr. James, the floor is yours. Thank you.
I think when Akpabio and his gang made that statement, I want to believe that I see them as they were power drunk. They were power drunk. Now, the question I want to ask is this. Is it the legislators that are making jest of the poor, or it is the poor that are making jest of themselves?
So are you asking me that question, or you're asking? Okay.
I believe that. Never mind. I believe that it is the poor that is making jest of themselves. Because if you look at the history of the country, people are very good at complaining. We talk about what ought to be. Sorry, we always complain of what is happening, what ought to be. But to provide solutions to these problems, we don't. If by accident a solution comes, we say, oh, praise be to God, as if it is God who brought the solution, whereas it happened accidentally. This reminds me of Shagari's administration. During that government, there were a lot of arrogant men, politicians in the country. Chief Adisa Akinloye, Uba Ahmed, what's this man's name? The Senate President, Joseph Wires, and so many of them. They were supremely arrogant. They finished the country. But you just see how they ended when Buhari swept them away into oblivion. I think December 31st, 1983 or 83, if I'm not mistaken. When the coup happened, they all went into oblivion. These guys are just being intoxicated. This is why they're making this kind of statements. But again, I ask that question because I believe the poor are making jest of themselves. The reason is this. Socrates said that if people get the government they deserve, the kind of government that is in the United States is what the people of America deserve. If they don't want it, they know what to do. In South Africa, for example, Jacob Zuma and his gang of thieves, they emptied the treasury. The government went by the law. They put the man on trial and they found him guilty of 1 or 2 atrocities. And as a retired head of state, he was sent to prison. They locked him up. That is the government they deserve. But here in Nigeria, we are very good at talking. When we are tired of saying we are tired, we will know what to do. This is how I see it. Because people you did not vote to even represent you, they force their way into the House or into the presidency, and these people are rubbing our faces with shit. And we are still complaining that, oh, they are insulting us. So if they, do you expect them to clap for you? They know how they got there. They know how they bribe people during the electionary period. So if we are tired of saying we are tired, we will know how to handle these people, and we will sweep them into oblivion. And let me quickly add something. Nigeria, as a people, we are not inherently lawless. Although right now we are lawless, but we are not inherently lawless. When Idiagbo and what's this man, Buhari were in office, they declared what they call war against indiscipline. For the first time in the history of Nigeria, people were queuing up to enter buses. When you go to supermarkets, people queue up. Even at the stadium, when the match is over, when they open the gate, people were virtually queuing up to move out of the gate. When it is time to sing national anthem in the stadium, you see all Nigerians standing up, singing the anthem in unison, and they sit down to watch the match. There was order in the country. So inherently, Nigerians are not lawless people. Although right now, we are very confused and very lawless. So that's what I have to say. Thank you so much.
So, Mr. James, just to have it on record, your position is that our legislators are not mocking the poor. It is the citizens that are mocking themselves. Would that be correct?
Precisely. The poor are making jest of themselves.
Of themselves.
It's not the legislators. Yes. It's not the legislators.
Okay. You also highlighted an important point in terms of in respect to time of Idiagbo and Buhari. I experience it, and I 100% agree with you that we can change. It's just as a result of what is on ground. In terms of the poor making jest of themselves, how do you think we can help the poor to come to that point, or the Nigerians, the masses, the Nigerians, don't let us use the poor, right? Because the Nigerians come to that point, because it's about solution. The question is, we have to do something. What do you think we can do to bring people to terms to say, listen, you are responsible for what is going on. Like you highlighted Socrates, people get the government that they want. What do you think we can do, please?
Yeah, you see, I think I was listening to Dele Faro TV, that bearded guy. I was listening to him on one of the programs. He said that the revolution people are talking about is already in motion, but we do not know that the process is already in motion, unknown to people. It is the people who will rescue themselves. Now, in the days of Shagari, I still remember, people were distributing bags of rice, salt, and what have you to bribe people for election. But it is very interesting to know that in this last election, the youth, some of the youth, not all of them, I must be very frank, some of the youth refused to be bribed. This is why a man like Obi, who has no political structure, traditional political structure, was able to pull surprises because people are waking up. So this waking up process is going to lead to something we cannot say yet. So the reality is that that process must be sustained in order for this kind of nonsense not to happen. And these people should be very careful because there is an extent to which you put, they will hurt society and society can no longer take it from them. We don't want bloodshed in Nigeria. We've gone through enough hardship. But what these guys are doing is just something else. So anyway, the issue is that the changes, it's already in motion. We are not seeing it because it is coming too slow compared to the hardship we are putting up with. The changes are already in motion, and when it comes to fruition stage, you will know that what will rescue the country, or the process that rescued the country from these vagabonds, started maybe a decade or 2 decades ago. That is when the process, started. It's just like an example I cited somewhere. When the First World War broke out, a man was killed in a town called Sarajevo on June 28, 1914. That was the last straw that broke the camel's back. But before the war broke out, before that very day, for almost a century or two, events have been happening in Europe, piling up. And it was in 1914 that the center could no longer hold. Everything scattered and the whole world was plunged into a world war. So that is just how it is. There's light at the end of the tunnel. The youth in particular, the youth of this day, are not the youth of my days. The way they see things is radically different. And what saved the day in this last election is Peter Obi. Although I'm not an obedient, neither am I disobedient. Peter Obi saved the day. If a man like Showore were to be in Peter Obi's position in the last election, the outcome would have been different. Peter Obi told his followers, keep calm, we are going to court. But assuming Peter Obi is a man who does not believe in court processes, what do you think the country would have been right now? The country would have been on fire. So according to the Christians, they say, how do I put it? The world is passing away, and so are its desires. But he that doeth the will of God remains forever. That's what the Christians believe. So, let us keep the momentum going, because there's no need for a radical change that will cause bloodshed. When these things continue, like the next election coming, it will be a very different ball game. But then most of these old men you are seeing, they must have died and gone. They must have died and, quit the scene. But one thing we should also remember is their descendants, political descendants, are still very much around. So when these guys go, the descendants are ready to step into their shoes. So it is left for the youth during the next election to take them to task. And from the look of things, the country will change. But when the change will come, frankly speaking, I cannot predict it. So that is it.
Thank you, Mr. James. I will come back to you. Like everyone will have as much time as, because there's a question I wrote down, but I'll come back to Mr. James again. We'll go around all of it. So I will give you as much time as, because I'm going to take this up with Rudolph, given that he is the one that's come up with it and that asked that question. So I don't think that question was asked in a vacuum. So he has to explain what we are going to do. So, Mr. James, I want you to have this question at the back of your mind when I come to you. You said we must sustain the process. So the question is, how are we going to sustain that process? What we need to do to sustain this current process? You take that question next. Isimile, the floor is yours, please. Isimile, are you here?
Yeah, I'm here now. I'm back.
Okay. Yeah. Are you trying to gather your thoughts together?
I'm just chilling. Enjoying the show and speaking of.
The question is, based on the video we watch, Rudolph asks a question. What we have to do something about what is happening. So what are you proposing, please?
Many things are happening in Nigeria. Is it in regards to particularly that video?
The video is about everything. Let the poor breathe.
It's not just everything, it's part of it, it's one section of it, because I find it amusing that someone would sit down and categorize human beings. Who the hell created the social structure to term anyone poor and rich? That boundary, why was it created in the first place? Is it to improve the well-being of humans living in different societies? Is it that if humans don't construct, like those human constructs are not made for selfish reasons to actually make the society not to be in unity, some impoverished, some enjoying? Why would anyone devise that sort of a social structure to baggage people? How can you define poverty? For me, there are different types of poverty. Man must survive, I believe, but that gave certain people the stool and the infantry to insult people that they have labeled poor in our society. These days, you see young people growing up, they want to belong because that social structure has been created that for you to be poor, you need to have this, you need to have that, you need to walk like this, you need to dress like that. Why can't things be made in a way that benefits everyone, even though the life has made it that they're saying all fingers are not equal? Ironically, can't the people whose fingers are shorter be helped to be longer so that those fingers will be equal? To remove those boundaries of labeling people, of those social constructs that a human being from nowhere, wherever they are, or that came to Africa, wherever, to actually educate people wrongfully, to segment people, divide people in society. This one is poor, this one is rich. This is what you have to do to be rich. Education, we want to go to the moon, we want to touch heaven, we want to, we want human beings, one day will begin to grow wings and start flying. Too much of Okochichonkowa. Where is it going to lead us? Where is the conscience? Where is the being content? The society, why can't there be a Nigerian kind of way of construct that will benefit everyone if we have to construct things? I know that things have to be put in shape. There has to be structures that will keep things in check. But humans that made those, those stratas, those burdens of this is poor, this is rich, this one is you have to do this for you to jump from poor, remove yourself from poor to middle class, and then you go to elite. Those discrepancies are creating havoc in societies, in the minds of people that are young, So for me, we have to break a lot of walls and possibly maybe not start afresh. There are a lot of damages that have been done in Nigerian society, but find a way to keep things that benefit people and things that are not beneficial, take them out. There is no need for you to try to when an oil has poured away, it's poured away. When something is rotten, it's rotten. You take it out completely and carry on. Hopefully one day we'll have a better society. Our mindset is very, very bad. We have a very terrible mindset. Maybe not all of us, but I believe you can dream, have a vision, put your coat according to your size, but before you get to where you want to go, make sure you put in the work. You can't stay at home and praying every day, oh God, I want to be prime minister. It's good to dream, but that is different. You know, oh, I want to have a limousine within 2 days. I want to have a mansion. I want to have big bottom. I want to have this. I want to have too many wants in the society. A bit of content is good. Insanity, you know. The society in Nigeria is copying the West. Don't copy the West. You know, I know that we put on clothes. Maybe we should be on leave. So, but we can pick some good stuff from them, but not everything. We have to find a way. I don't know. I still believe that our great grandparents enjoyed more than us. For me, I prefer to stay in the village. I prefer to stay in the jungle where I will see nature and run. If I can even run barefoot, no problem, you know, than, all these toxic things that doesn't benefit anyone we have in the society. And for that video that the Senate president, especially see the way the man beside him just laughed out loud, forgetting that this is a national topic, a national scenario that a lot of people will watch from generations to come. It's not encouraging the way we compose ourselves. You know, we should actually begin to act in a way, you know, we should mirror how we want the society to be. You know, we should begin to act in a way that we want the younger ones to act, because they're going to grow. But laughing, it's not funny that someone who hasn't eaten for a whole day will watch that. Then they have been branded poor. You know, I find it funny that there's so much gap. Yeah, that's where I have to stop now, to be honest.
Thank you. Mr. Nigerman, before I come to you, I put something there which I agree by one of the viewers, open centers and spaces like speakers corner where debates are held, and he went further saying supply youth with the right enlightenment material. These are one of the things that those of us in diaspora can come together and promote and push. In my feasibility studies of these, you're not going to be giving anybody money in Nigeria. It doesn't involve handing money over to people on the ground. It's going to be more of voluntary. At this point, like I said, and I will repeat again, we sit in a very privileged position. None of us ever thought in our mind that we are going to sit down and be talking about Nigeria, because like I said, we thought we've left for good, because you can find it out. Okay, I found it now. We thought we've left for good. Oh, Nigeria will be better. When Nigerians get better, we will return back. Well, I said that, and I believe most of us must have said that or would have said that at some point in our. But here we are talking about our country because we love it. I love Mr. James' optimism at this particular time. I've had issues with his views in the past. So, and he's been converted, and I thank God for that. Meaning, it's possible for those on the ground also to be converted. So this will be put to Rudolph, how we can come together, and it involves money. Let's be honest with that. But we have to start from somewhere. If everyone in diaspora that we are concerned about the country put in $1 for educational purposes and enlighten the masses, we go from it's a foot thing. It's not going to work on the internet, because you know what our internet is in Nigeria and the issue of electricity. I was watching a video, I'll come to you, Najama, of a tailor that was interviewed in Abuja. She had to cut some of her staff and apprentice, because why? She cannot run a generator every day. They've not had light for 2 weeks. So you can imagine the pain, how these things affect people back at home. And we cannot fold our hands. And that is why I picked on this topic, on this video, that video Rudolph himself did. So I yield the floor to you, Niger man. Thank you.
Yeah, well done, my brother. Greet everybody. Good evening. Yeah, I can get your point, but you know, what I think we have to start in. There is two ways. Let me open it like this, one after the other. Two ways. If we in the diaspora have more opportunity to educate people, to talk, because here majority people here can able to have job and can feed themselves. They cannot be bought easily to speak the truth. But before we can start that, I think that will first be after the tribunal and the Supreme Court judgment. Why did I say that? Because one, if you want to start, say maybe we're in the diaspora, maybe let's come together, let's start having maybe country to country or state to state. One thing, if you go to most social media today, most platforms today, there's no unity. There's no unity since the 25th of February. Everybody's, the religion, the ethnicity is too much. If you go to some platform, you want to have your control. If you don't support one part of the candidate, you become a problem. You know, I don't want to use that one strong word. It becomes something, you know, using tribalism. So everybody is still boiling now. Because for we in Nigeria, I don't think there's no way you can call people to come today unless you don't have to shift it to one side that will come in just, okay, open-minded. Okay, let's talk for good governance. Nobody there. Nobody for now. Honestly, let's be realistic there. Number two, we say what is wrong? What is wrong with Nigeria? What is wrong? Before we have to get it right, first we have to see, look, what is the problem? What is the foundation? In this Fourth Republic, just look from the beginning, since that's 1999. Till today, nobody, no leader are prepared that is coming to governor. Everybody have not done that, are prepared. They just come by accident, rule by accident. So how we think we are going to get it right? Obasanjo came in 1999, was in a prison. He was utter president in the platter of gold, without no manifesto, no constitution. Yaradua came, he brought to Yaradua there. Yaradua came, he said no. He was a governor in the casino. He said, the election that brought me to power is fraud. That means it's one of the people win. After then, the man was sick, may he so rest in perfect peace. So Jonathan never prepared for it. He was just a vice president. He never said what he's going to do. He never prepared, just accidentally. Jonathan became a president. Buhari contested 3 times. He said, I'm tired, I'm not contesting anymore, I'm retired. They brought it back to make an alliance to APC to form a party, become an APC. That is when he came. He never showed us anything. He never said anything. He never told us where he's going. Look at all them from Obasanjo to Buhari. None of them have ever give us a template. This is what I'm going to do for the country. Only just banter to banter. None of them have never been scrutinized. You understand? So the first time we were able to get it right was this 2023, that we were able to talk to most, out of 4, we were able to talk to 3. Scrutinize them. No, do fact check. People was awareness. Come. The youth were interested. You understand? So this is the problem we are having. Till we get the real leader that said, this is what I want. This is what I'm bringing. You scrutinize him. You know everything about him. Security check. You know this person. This is who. Even the current president today. All of us that are here, anybody said about anything about the school? It's controversial. Age, controversial. Age, controversial. So everybody only ruled by accident. It's not the will. People, okay, they're in the court because it's not the will of the people. So that we expect that one to get it right. How? Look at Ibori and Rufai's son, Ibori's daughter, all of them, they are giving them position. So we are not going to, there's nothing. We have to get it right because the people in the diaspora, this is only the people. And because it's very easy for us if we come with one mind, because till this thing finish, nobody's going to give a year. Because if you are talking to me now about the anything, my mind is either here or there. If you are talking to somebody, either in mind, is that in APC or PDP or Labour Party. So nobody's going to come with a technocrat art, with a free art. Let me speak for good governance. Okay, look at today, people are still suffering. Suffering, this is show. You see, people are trekking, people are dying, people are suffering, crying day by day. People still come out to defend this governance. After election, campaign is over. We talk about governance. That is what people are still talking as if they are still campaigning. You understand? So how are we going to get it right? You want to battle with 1, 2, 3, 4 years, then the other 5 is against you. How are we going to do it? How are we? Because if we get it right, there is a many union here, Do Union, but there's many unions, many organizations. After this election, you can talk, we can contact different embassies, states, collect number, talk to them. From there, we come, if it's country to country, we'll talk on phone, we start to organize from there. If you get 5 years, you come, from there you start, you bring it to states. From there we start. When we organize, we're able to be educating people online, having some meeting, talking to people, having our own way. By then, because if we say we want to do this banter, another 4 years will meet us. This government, after 2 years, they start campaigning. That's just the truth. After 2 years of this government, if he sustain the court, after 2 years, they start campaigning for 2027. So no more work. It's only campaign for another 2 years. So that's that will drag themselves out. So we have to know the way we have to go. Because this election is number one. Nobody is going to majority. That's why when you are talking now, people don't live. They will say, okay, but before they leave there, we think again. No. So that is the main problem. We have never had a leader. That is why people, you see them. I don't blame them. Nobody vote for all those people. How did Akpabio become a Senate? It's a mystery to people today. So how do you expect those kind of people? How did the people we said, even the Labour Party we thought we have an opposition. What are they doing today? Do you hear anything from them? They are being a part of the sharing formula. That is what everybody needs. They will tell you they spent 2 billion in the election. How can somebody like that, we expect that he will go and represent anybody? He's going to recover every way. So till we have a leader that comes, this is only the first time we're supposed to have it right, but they still subvert the will of the people. Then this one is gone. Honestly, Mr. Electricity, this election petition is gone. No way. Honestly, you are just talking to people. We'll see. You will say tomorrow, we say tomorrow. Because if you go to more platform, if you go to more union today, I went to our union, even when I collect your number, I try to speak with them in our union. If you see the way they told me, you understand? Don't come bring this APC, but they don't pay you. That is different thing you got to hear. People mind are not open yet. Mind are not open yet.
Niger man.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Please, 1 minute.
Go ahead.
Auntie Isimiri that said they want to go to village. Please, I have land in my village. Oh. If you must to bite your fine skin, you go run, come back.
All right. Thank you, Najama. A man of press, the issue of life and Dan, I want to appeal for your patience because I want to ask, I want to give the floor to Madam Nelly. And please, I appeal for your patience. But before I come to you, Madam Nelly, Najama, you see, I don't want to use the word disagree for us to wait for the tribunal to finish first before we do anything. As it is right now, we have one mind here. This platform gives one mind. Yes, even though we argue, we can't get I think Rudolph have said it before, we can't get everybody to agree with us. We can start from somewhere and start to push. If we wait for the tribunal, like you rightly said, we just said we're not sure if the tribunal is even going to go the way people expected it. And we don't have to wait till the next election cycle, because one thing is, change does not occur during election. It does not occur during election. This is the time we have to start to do the work, the groundwork, the education, the enlightenment, the push for this. Because in the last election, because I experienced it, I was able to say that, listen, we need to take this zeal, the youth that came out. We need to capture it and start to push and push and push and push and push for it. Now I'm going to say something that is gonna, people will, I don't say, in fact, you may, even you in Nigeria, you will disagree with me, but it's okay. If Tinubu had one vote and Peter Obi have 199 million votes, the outcome, they will still announce that Tinubu is what? Won that election. I'm going to explain to you. It's a gentleman's agreement. Same with the Senate president. It's a gentleman's agreement at the expense of the entire nation. So if Tinubu had one vote, one, because it's comment, if not for me, Buhari will not have been president. It is my turn. So something went on behind the curtains that you and I will never know. If not, if we live if we are to apply the rule of law, both himself and Buhari are supposed to be dragged to the House of Senate to explain that comment. That comment alone under the Constitution can be classed as what they've done. They've committed an act of gross misconduct somewhere, which they can remove them from office and go to jail. Now, for those of us who understand Yoruba, it is always, they advise us against saying that for us to boast that if not for me, Jude wouldn't have been able to have his 3 square meal. Even if God gives you that ability for me to give Jude 3 square meal a day, it is not in my place to boast and tell Jude, if not for me, he will not have eaten 3 square meal a day. No. That is the beginning of a downfall of a man.
But I haven't eaten. It's only one I ate.
Yeah, Mr. Electricity. You see, we can't look it in that way because if you want to look it in that way, normal. Let's say, if you have any agreement with Tinubu and with Buhari, you understand? If you have every agreement, if Nigeria is where people, all those energy we put, even in the election, when they say that thing, it should go to, it's not to pledge with Nigeria, with not my life. I don't have agreement with Buhari. They should go and settle themselves, whatever they have. That is what they say. It's just like between them. It doesn't say it's his turn. That is, maybe I work for you, you work for me. One good turn deserves another. So that is election. Politics is about give and take, which everybody know all over the world. So that it doesn't mean anything, because if you want to pledge your life, you cannot pledge my life on my behalf. It's for you. So it's give and take. I work for you, work for me. Okay, look at the ministerial list. This man, what is his name from?
We'll come to that.
No, I just want to tell you. What I'm trying to say is that he worked for them and is a part of their government. So that is.
We'll come to that list. That's another issue we'll discuss later if we're there. Jude, welcome to the show. Before we're taking a question that Dr. Damage himself asked. I played the video. I don't know if you have seen the video about the Senate president making mockery of. The video. So we're taking that question that Rudolph asked. We have to do something. I want to go to Madam Nelly. Then I will go to Man of Prestige. Then I think it's Dan, Issue of Life. We will go around. So let me go to Madam Nelly first. Madam, the floor is yours, please.
Okay, Electricity, thank you, and thank you to the panel. So we're not talking about the priest picture with the Virgin Mary anymore?
Because you've not spoken, please, I want to ask the panelists to please bear with me for Madam.
As Electricity, what I was gonna say will kind of tie in with the picture with Ababio in the Senate.
Oh yeah, okay, go ahead, please.
I want to start with that picture with the Virgin Mary, and again, if you guys look at the title below my name, it says Nam Myoho Renge Kyo. And I believe that when someone, whether it was Niger man, was talking and said, what are we going to do? For me, and I've always said this whenever I go to any panel, and some panels I don't even go anymore because we keep on saying the same thing over and over, and there's no solution. We cannot continue to say things over and over, and we don't have a solution to it. And if people says to me, okay, what is my solution? I believe that some of the things that is happening to human beings, whether is more in African continent, is that religion has just consumed each and every one of us. And this religion we're talking about, we're not even following it. We're not practicing what it's saying. If we go back to before when the religion came into Africa, we used to have something they call paganism. And in that paganism, people do not hurt each other at that time. And even if they do, it was not as robust as it is right now that we claim that we have religion. Before I left Nigeria, if you come to a street, you will count up to 200 block rosaries. And still people are committing such heinous crime. And then I begin to wonder why. What is this religion doing for us? Then I came to this country and United States. And in 1986, I actually ran into a Nigerian person in Houston that was practicing Buddhism. And I was like, how can you be practicing Buddhism? We don't have this in Nigeria. The person said to me, yes, we do, but there's not too many people that practices it. And for me, I don't like to criticize things until I try it. So when I started practicing Buddhism, chanting Nam Myoho Renge Kyo, because when I was in Nigeria, what I read about Buddhism in sociology book was quite different. I'm not talking about Nimbutsu. I'm not talking about Dalai Lama. That's not what I'm talking about. When I went deep into it, Nam Myoho Renge Kyo, we need to all do our human revolution first. Because if we do not do our human revolution, it's like we keep following things sheepishly without thinking. And when we look at the things, even what is happening in Nigeria today, I will equate it to what happened in Japan during the Mongolo War, the internal strife that started in Japan after the World War II. And the same thing at that time, they didn't have this Buddhism that I'm talking about so widespread in Japan. But one man said, if the military in Japan at that time would stop what they were practicing at that time and allow people to practice Nam Myoho Renge Kyo, that things will change. That man went to prison because of saying that. He died in prison. But now look at Japan, because there's so many people that are practicing this Nam Myoho Renge Kyo. First of all, we need to change each and individual ourselves before we're able to change some other thing. Then for me to bring it in to what Tinubu is doing or what Akpabio did on the Senate floor, laughing at people, let the poor breathe. The way, the sarcasm of what he was doing that day. First of all, I'm not expecting anything good from Tinubu, from Akpabio, from anybody. I don't even care with these 7 women that they nominated with the ministerial, because you need to look at the head before you look at the middle or the tail. There was a little girl that forged her JAMB result, and everybody was criticizing this girl. What do you expect? We're learning from the master. You know, we can't expect the media to be our role model or the celebrity to be our role model when our individual parents are showing us a bad behavior. What I mean by that is that how dare we criticize that little girl with the JAMB? It's not that I'm advocating for people to commit fraud, But Tinubu, who gives you the opportunity or even the time to say that somebody is committing a crime when everything you have done has criminality to it? Criminality to it. Anybody that is elected, if Tinubu comes in tomorrow and gives me any position in that cabinet, my whole thing is I'm going to decline it. Because if I say yes, he's not going to do what I will ask him to do. And I'm not going to do any biddings for him. I will not do that. Look at our DSS, what they did the other day. What kind of DSS will have a hood like an armed robber and rough-handled another human being? Why? Why is what I'm just asking this question. When they were holding guns like, I'm going to kill somebody today. What if any of them holding that gun, at that moment, did they think, could this be my brother? Could this be my father? Why all this behavior is what I don't understand. PhD has nothing to do with wisdom. PhD has nothing to do with it. So, sometimes when I come to these panels and I'm trying, and one thing Buddhism taught me is not like you're looking up that a priest is going to pray for you. There is no priest that is going to pray for you. You need to do that prayer. And first of all, begin to work on your own self before you will then work on other things. I think that's what is happening in Nigeria. We need to all tell ourselves the truth. Because what you just said now, let's contribute and let's start something. We're going to start that thing. And tomorrow, one of us will want to be the president of the whole thing. And then another person will want to be the president. I've been in the United States for so long now. And every time, especially the Nigerians or the Igbos, they want to start anything, any organization they start, at the end of it, they will fight and they will divide. Why? Because one person wants to be the president and you will see people supporting that person. Another group will want to be the president and somebody is supporting that. Why can't we come in the middle? If I really want to serve people, I don't need to be looking at my egoism towards that, or how much money I will get, or how much people that are going to respect me. That's not what I'll be looking for. I'll be looking at how will I make people to become happy. That's what I'll be looking for. That's what I'll be looking for. If I'm in a healthcare position today, look at all the things happening to our people in Nigeria. There's so much we can do. There's so much we can teach people. Don't do this, do this. This is going to help you. I will not be focusing on how much money will I make. How will people worship me? That's not what I'm focusing on. But how can I make people's life happy? Because if I'm happy and my neighbor is not happy, then my happiness is a waste. And there's relative happiness and there's absolute happiness. We all as human beings must strive to have absolute happiness. Not whenever we go into business or we go into politics, all we are thinking about is, oh, who is going to, we then realize that our egoism is so big, everybody should genuflect for us. Why will Tinubu be blocking Abuja Road for people who are going to work every day because he has to go to Aso Rock? What if somebody has a pregnant wife that is in labor? He will do that. And then on Friday, he goes to mosque. Praying to who? Praying to who? Why will he block that road that way? These are the things. As a Buddhist, he will never do such a thing. Nobody needs to tell him, don't do that. These people are human beings. Are you thinking, what if a woman has a little baby who is having seizure? You block the road. For what? For what? Because you're going to Aso Rock for 5 minutes. And then you come and you're talking to the youth. Let's all breathe. So, who are you trying to impress? And then you have sound mind people defending this. I don't understand. I don't understand. So if everybody is asking us what happened to Africans, according to damages, who did this to us? Let's go back to the roots where it started from. If Tinubu is owing Buhari, they can go to Niger, both of them, and settle it and do not use people's blood. Because all these karma that Tinubu is creating, generation after generation, he will pay for it. I don't care what he does. Generation after generation, he will pay for it, including him, including Buhari. Whether you agree with me or not, they will pay for it. For now, I yield. Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity.
Thank you for yielding. But before you go away, I need to put some questions to you. I understand the feeling of issue of disunity among us. We want to achieve something, and suddenly something will just happen, and this ego will come in. This person, like for example, I'll use Mr. Dan as an example now. I wanted to ask him if we are safe. He suddenly went to put on a suit, whether he wants to now vie for the president.
You got me right there. I was trying to say that I'm off to work.
Okay.
It's unfortunate. I was just listening. My time is going very fast, so I was.
All right, thank you. I was scared that you wanted to contest for this group.
What was going on? Can you give me 2 minutes to give my quick points so that
All right, I'll give you 2 minutes, Madam Nelly. I'll come to you, please. Well, let's accommodate Dan. Jude, please. For those of us joining us, Jude Mohammed, please. I beg you. Dan, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. Notice I was preparing to go to work, but I want to just answer Dr. Damages when he said, "What can we do?" I've said it repeatedly when I've been given opportunity in this panel to ask. I've said it. The only solution to Nigeria is revolution, and that revolution, unfortunately, it will be forceful because these guys who are holding us down. You see what the madam said something just a minute ago, that we saw what the DSS did. You understand? So this will tell you they are not ready. They are not even prepared to give us our freedom willingly. They even brought masked people carrying automatic gun just yesterday. So my own solution to Nigeria problem is, unfortunately, but to me, if you ask me, to me as a hustler, as a street poor boy, I grew up in the streets without nothing. I will tell you the only solution is forceful revolution when the time will come. I might be among those who will die. I don't care. But if they call us to come back home now to fight for Nigeria, God believe me, I will be one of those who will leave this comfort to go there to fight. But apart from that, they will never set us free. We must fight for that revolution, or we remain how we are, confused, fighting ourselves. The auntie just said it clearly. Even in America, when they say, let us form something so that things can get better, before you know it, koala, fight.
Sorry, I'm just laughing. Dan, if you die, what sort of death would that be?
If I die, it's part of it now. It's a freedom fighter. What? No, let me tell you the truth.
And if nothing is achieved, you've died in vain.
No,
excuse me. Fight in a strategic way, then you're going to shed your blood. For goodness.
Okay, wait. Let me just answer you. That is that problem Nigeria is facing. Fela said it. Mama Day House. No one died. This no one happened. That was when he released that song. That time I was still a small boy. Now I'm almost, you know what I mean. And we still keep on. We no one died. Europe, where we are living today, people died for this freedom. If we keep on saying we don't want to die, you die in vain. If you die in vain, that's part of it. But if Nigerians refuse to die, I swear to the God who creates me, who gives me life every day, Nigeria will get worse and worse and worse. So let me say good night. I will be listening.
Sorry, I keep interjecting. What about the bloods that have already died? Millions, thousands of them.
That is why more have to die, so that those who have died, They will not be in vain.
How many more will have to die?
Yes.
You think that the killer has conscience?
No, but that is because
and then what?
you know why we think they don't have conscience? Because we have not been able to defeat them. When they kill 2, 3 people, other people back off. If they keep killing us till we take that power from them, then you will see that we achieve something. And SARS, for example, people died, they killed 3, 4 people, everybody ran away. Your mother will tell you, please don't go there again. No. You might be disagreeing with me. You can disagree with me, but
that revolution, when your friend said, I was say, oh, go and watch your back. When they reach that front, say, they will even leave you there. They were the ones shouting with you.
That is your own opinion now that you die in vain. But I'm saying
I'm just asking you a question.
Yeah, that is what
I'm not fighting, I'm not disagreeing. I'm just trying to put some.
Yes, I'm enjoying what you're saying. But what I'm trying to say is that if the right time comes, like somebody was saying, let's wait for the judiciary. And I tell you, most Nigerians now are waiting for that decision from the court. Immediately they tell us that Tinubu will continue. Then you will see this revolution come up from everywhere. But right from now, I'm getting prepared every day. I'm doing my best, ready to go and die if it's possible. Please let me say good night. I'll be listening while I'm on my way to work. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dan. We appreciate your time here. I got a private message in respect to Mohammed that is joining us from Nigeria. So we need to put it into vote like the way Akpabio did. Mohammed, I apologize that I'm going to class you as a poor like Akpabio did. If we should allow him to speak, just a joke, please, because he's joining. I know man of prestige, issues of life, Jude. Mohammed, do we give him the floor, please? I need
Nigeria
all right, thank you. They said I fuel is 600 and
running in and out, so you just put him on.
Yeah, so thank you very much. I appreciate that. Mohammed, go ahead. Is that your generator making noise in the background, Mohammed?
No. I'm actually not in Nigeria right now. So.
Oh, okay. You're not in Nigeria. Okay. Now you hold on first. No. Hold on. Nigeria, Mohammed is not in Nigeria. So thank you for. It is this honesty we like. We will progress with this honesty. Madam Nelly, I'll come back to you. I understand the issues you highlight of disunity, but so far so good. On this platform, we've been able to have sort of one mind, and we want to go with that one mind, and we're asking you to come on board in respect to this one mind and have a change of mind, and not see a case of it's going to be like before, because we can achieve something if we unite together and do it. Yes, there will be Judas. There's always Judas that will want to disrupt things. But if we can identify the Judas or Judases, as the case, whichever the case may be, and flush them out or re-educate them, do you not think we're going to make progress?
We're definitely going to make progress, and I'm not saying that we're not going to make progress. We are going to make progress, and for me to tell you that definitely we're going to make progress, I just want to share something that I've never shared before with anyone. We have Jude here, and some of you, I'm not sure some of you were in the panel that day. And if you were not in the panel, you were on the chat. And I remember Jude coming and was really, really angry and frustrated for what was happening with his professional license. I don't know him, and I don't have his contact. But when he said that, I took it upon myself to go and research what he was talking about and what was happening to him. And my thing, why I was researching it is, how am I going to help this guy? Because the way he was angry that day, it could lead to someone having a stroke. And why am I sharing it? It's just to tell you that things doesn't have to happen to me for me to take an initiative to help another human being, because I'm in the profession. And what he was saying, I'm preview to such a thing. So I was researching, what can I do? Even though I didn't have his number and I didn't want to call Dr. Damages to say, what is his number? But I could do things behind the scene without letting him know that I'm doing that. Because the ultimate thing is to see him, whatever that he was going through at that time, let him solve it. And so even if when I cannot physically be in that person's face to say, this is what I'm doing, I started chanting Daimoko. I said, this needs to be fixed, whichever way. And when after a while he wasn't on the panel, and the first time then he returned with the name Cool. Many people on the panel didn't know him. But as soon as he came in, I saw his face, I knew that was him. I was so joyful. I said, okay, this issue has been resolved. And since then, he's been coming back on the panel. So what am I saying? I'm just trying to say to you that as human beings, we don't have to only wait for things to happen to us for us to take initiative to do things. And there's so many ways that we can do things. I'm only for the first time sharing this here. He didn't know what I did behind the scene. Whatever I did, no matter how minute it is, I cared, because the cry that he cried that day really touched me. And the same way, when I'm watching some of these videos of all these bloodshed in Nigeria, sometimes I break down, and my son will say to me, Mom, stop watching these things because you keep crying. And many a times I've made reference. We have Tinubu, we have Ababio, we have Erofai, you have Wilson Wike, all these armed robbers. Meanwhile, an 8-year-old boy, many years ago, was killed in Lagos with a tire over his neck for stealing a Gary. What is Gary? What is Gary? This boy was killed. He was only hungry. Am I saying that a boy, a little child that is hungry should go and steal? No. But he was killed. So there's so many atrocities that we have committed. And this is like generation after generation. This will continue to haunt all of us. Even people were standing around. There is no way I will go to Nigeria today and be able to stand around when another human being, no matter what they have done, to be killed in that way. I must intervene. If you have to kill me with that person, go ahead. But I know for sure that if I chant Namyoho Rengekyo, you will not kill me, but you will listen. If you want me to pay you whatever that person stole, I will pay. And am I condoning that the person should steal? No. But you can cancel somebody and they will change their behavior. That's what I'm saying. So it's very possible for all of us.
Thank you very much. So I will take it that you are on board in respect to what Dr. Damage just said. And for me, I'm going to use Yakub Mohammed, the INEC chairman. I want to borrow his word. I assure you that I will take this matter up with Dr. Damage. And maybe that will be a problem between me and him if he has to. We have to do something. He said it, we have to do something. Man of prestige, I think, Jude, and issues of life. I think it's man of prestige.
I don't know if you can quickly let me just 2 minutes. I want to.
Okay, man of prestige. I know you are here to show your muscles. Fortunately, there is a screen between you and I, so you can't touch me. I thank God for that. So, Issues of Life want to say something for 2 minutes, please.
Man of prestige. Sorry about it, because I want to leave and I have an important
Okay, 2 minutes. I will
That's
time
fine.
you.
Just
2 minutes.
That's fine. Go ahead.
yes, from your question and what can be done. First and foremost, most time I don't know if we really know our problem. Nigeria have a problem. Most time whether we are pretending or we just shy away or we think that we want to look at a society that is working, to begin to try to mirror our society. Nigeria have a fundamental problem. Who are we as a people? How do we start as a nation? Are we actually one Nigeria? Is there any time in the history of Nigeria that people come together to really agree that we should be a one nation, that this is how we are going to be? I love what Isaiah 50 said there, posted recently. We have no unity. The politician, our leader, they knows this, and they are taking advantage of this to exploit us. They know that Nigeria is not working. Since 1960, Nigeria never worked. What makes us to think that Nigeria will work? I am fully obedient, and I in my mind, I never believe that OP will solve the problem of Nigeria. My reason of supporting OP is to make many people realize that Nigeria have a fundamental problem. OP will go there, the problem will remain because OP will not be in everywhere. We have a system issue that is created by fundamental problem. Who are we as a people, as a Nigeria? Is there any time that we come to a round table, all the tribes and the ethnic group in Nigeria come together to agree that this is what we want, or this is what we don't want, or just only a few people just come together and say we are Nigeria? We should have to look at the fundamental issues. Oh, revolution, people will die. Go out there, people will die. They will kill people just as they do in our NSAS, and still nothing will change. Police are still killing people.
Your 2 minutes
Yes.
is up.
So I just want to let you know that our problem is fundamental.
Well, yeah, regardless of if problem is fundamental issues of life, we still have to do something. It's fundamental. It can be fixed. That error, that imbalance, that error in that fundamental issue can be fixed, regardless of what the problem is. If the issue is we have to divide the country, for example, it has to be done in a democratic setting. But this is my argument. If Nigerian problem is fundamental, like you just stated, this affects every one of us. Like what Madam Nelly said, and others have said, James and everything have said, we have to start to change ourselves. So I said, if the Igbos, for example, goes their way, the fundamental problem is still there. Yeah, they've not fixed it. If the Yorubas go their way, that fundamental problem is still there. They've not fixed it. You can hear what Madam Nelly said. Even small committee that will form a meeting just to do, you will see that problem will arise from there. Like I said, an Irish poet. Those who cannot change their mind cannot change anything. So it is about we coming to that point to say we want to change our mind for the better. Man of prestige, the floor is yours. Thank you. Then it will be Jude. Then we'll go around again. Mr. James, hold on for a while, please. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity again. I'm not going to dwell too much on castigating about Nigeria. We have spoken about this, I don't know, been going on for years. So I'm not going to spend too much about that passion.
Sorry, Madam President, we are not hearing you.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, please speak into your microphone, please. Thank you.
Okay. Is it better?
Manageable.
Yes,
sorry.
somebody's
I'm just.
mic is on, please. Who is that?
I'm sorry. I'm just speaking from my
Okay,
phone because I'm
go
working
ahead.
from the. Okay, I said I'm not going to dwell too much on the castigation of Nigeria. I mean, everybody has spoken well. Particularly that the madam that just spoke. Um, I, I really enjoy her narrative. The way she narrated the Nigerian story and so on and so forth. But let me start with what happened in the Nigerian chamber, about Aquabio and all that kind of things. I thought that was ridiculous to begin with. So it get to show you where those our leaders come from. I mean, I know some people will come here, some Aguado or whatever, they support APC, they will say they will consider that to be a banter. But that's not a banter. I think they are doing that because they speak with impunity. They don't really care because that come out of them from naturally. This is the way they think. It's not like they decide say we're gonna make a joke. That's just their mentality of thinking because they know they have so much enslaved the common Nigerians. They're not gonna do anything. So they have to do whatever they do. That's the way they really think. If you really think about it, I mean they're all laughing. It's not a banter or skit making to them. It's exactly how they feel. They may be laughing. People will say maybe they are just trying to be, funny about it. But that's the situation we find out ourselves. That's Nigeria for you. So having said that, let me proceed about the main question. He was saying, what can we do? Some people was proposing as like a revolution. Nigerian place is not a place that we can say violent revolution because we don't have that unity. What am I trying to say? Look at what happened during the NSAR. It's only the southern part of the country that had that took place. The northerners wouldn't participate, but I hope they could have participated. That would have been said, look, okay, let's have like whatever you call it, revolution, violent or whatever. They're not going to participate, and we're not going to be able to achieve any kind of whatever goal we set up if you have part of the country. Let's say just the whole South participate. That's not going to produce any kind of effect. So this purpose of violent like Shewore proposed or something like that, going by Shewore, what he proposed, that's not gonna help that country because these people they will come out there and kill everybody. I'm not ready to die, believe me, okay? I think the person that said he already gone, that he's ready to devote his life. No, I'm not. I love my life, okay? So I'm not gonna do that. Let me be very honest. I'm not gonna do that. But what can we do? We need to keep on doing what we're doing. But we've been speaking for a long, long time. Maybe there'll be more platform, that will envision to this kind of speaking, try to educate people in Nigeria. Maybe we need to start having what I consider to be an uncomfortable, conversation. What am I trying to say? It doesn't necessarily have to be politics. Try to talk about different tribe or whatever. What do you like in your tribe? That that people say about your tribe that make you upset about other tribes? Is that anything you think the other tribes should change or whatever? Those kind of things. I just bring out the word tribe. It's part of the uncomfortable conversation. Try to unite the country. I think that would go a long way solving our problem. Maybe we can come to a common goal because we have various platforms. Everybody has their own platform. I mean, they go in their echo chamber. You have people supporting this present administration or something like that. If you go to that platform and say anything, they will blackball you or something like that. This is why I stopped going to some other platform where everybody is not free. It's not free to speak. This is what is good about this platform. Here everybody's privileged to speak, from north or whatever, which we can get more people from the north. They're all our brothers. We should be able to hear how they think. We don't really know how they think. Maybe like Mohammed came from here. I think he's staying in Saudi Arabia because I had him speak the other day in different platform. He's in Saudi Arabia from what I understand. Somebody like him, come bring out a very useful information. It's going to help. But like you properly stated earlier about contribution of money, I mean, am I privileged to do that? Yes, I'm privileged to do that. But we need to say if that's going to happen, we need to set up a structure. Because everybody here is very concerned. Even I thought you give a dollar or whatever, people may be wondering, is that going to go into a Ponzi scheme or whatever? Is it going to properly utilize or some people going to use it? I'm not too much concerned about that. But if a structure is properly sent where it can be utilized to educate the Nigerians, I think that's where it's not we. Of course, we have our own problem here, because some people believe in whatever they still have that Nigerian mentality based on tribe or something like that. I hate anything based on tribe. I mean, I'm from the southeast of Nigeria, but when it comes to tribal bigotry, that get me to the core. I don't like that. We're all Nigerians because when we come here, we support our people. I mean, look at what the Nigerian women did, the other day, they beat they beat Australia, what we say is Nigerian. Nobody could look at what Burna Boy, Davido, Asake, all those people did. We all go to their concert when they come here, I go to their concert. Nobody speak about whether they're from Igbo, from Yoruba or Hausa. Nobody cares about that, People in here don't know anything about whether you're from Igbo. All they know is one Nigerian. So, having said that, I think we have to find a way to what we can do beside bashing that country. Of course, we're going to try to bash them. So hopefully they can be listening. I'm not against speaking against them. Of course I do. I'm very, very unabashed about speaking against the government. So we should continue that. But we have to start forming a solution. Maybe the whole platform in this country, if we can unite, have a common goal after, whether it's now, maybe we can begin right now. It's not necessarily after the tribunal is over or whatever. The whole platform, this is what other countries do. Start forming maybe the diaphragm, start forming a unity whereby, for the cause of Nigeria. This is what we can do. If it has to do with financial or whatever, but it has to be structured. And we know where our, forest is going to help, to educate the Nigerians, how democracy is properly run. I'm not saying that American democracy is the best, but there's a rule of law. Everybody follow the rule of law. Even I thought they are corrupt here, but they know, if if you do anything wrong, you're gonna pay for it. That's what they call the rule of law. So nobody will be afraid of not. Everybody will be afraid of doing something wrong, because you're definitely gonna pay for it. So I'm leaning towards having what we call an uncomfortable conversation. How to help, the people in Nigeria, educate them about what democracy is. Hopefully, the next election or whatever coming in 4 years or 3 years plus, maybe we can move to a different direction. I mean, I commend you before we are coming in, whether he win or he didn't win. To my own opinion, I don't expect. I'm not trying to be pessimistic. I don't expect anything to change. But for whatever he has done right now, I commend him for. Hopefully, he can stay there. Whoever is going to be the next president in 4 years or whatever, we can move, at least accelerate from where we stop right now and be a better Nigeria. So that's what I'm going to say. Thank you.
Thank you, man of prestige. Let me sound a warning here to us, please. I want us to disregard whether it's Tinubu that is there or not. If we don't address the issues on ground, to me, like I've said over time, yes, Rufai, Dr. Abati, yes, 2 days ago or yesterday, when he he was commenting on the issue of Emefiele, and he said the buck stopped with the president, and the president has to do something because this shouldn't be. Now, the executive or the president has not said anything so far, to the best of my knowledge. I stand corrected. And I doubt if they will say anything so far. None of the legislators, including Akpabio, has come out to say anything. I doubt if they will say anything or they will do something about it. 6 years ago, I said something. It's still there, out there. We are not going to achieve a meaningful change if we don't do something about the situation. If we wait for the next election to come without doing anything, I don't think some of us will be sitting down here. If our Dr. Damage, if care is not taken, it will be paying people to come and be talking on the show. So we have to do something, like he rightly said. So the Jude, the floor is yours, please. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. Nice to see you guys again. I want to also thank Miss Nelly for, I didn't even know she had me the day I expressed I brought up my issue here somehow, so thank you, Miss Nelly, for your concern about that, though the issue is still on. Anyway, you see, the issue of Nigeria, of what we can do to solve the problem we have in terms of unity, in terms of, I don't know, I am, you see, prayer before now, before Obi's emergence and Peter Obi's emergence in this election that has gone, uh, you know, so to say, I have been one of those that has completely given up faith in Nigeria ever becoming one. In fact, there had not even been any time Nigeria was one. We were only meant to believe that there was. It was a mere fluke, you know. But until Obi came in and started seeing, that okay, if we can have such a man with unimpeachable character, and who, for every indication, both in what he says and his previous antecedent, in his previous background, I think he's somebody that we can, look upon and say, okay, let's see, let's give Nigeria another chance and see whether something good could come out of Nigeria. And that is why everybody.
Sorry, Jude, let me interrupt you. Mr. Des, are you driving?
Yeah, it seems that it looks as if he's driving.
Des, if you're driving, one of the rule is you either pull over or you come back on the platform when you've stopped driving, please. So I'm going to put you in the backstage.
I should pull over in like 10 minutes. So
okay, I'll put you in the backstage. So just indicate when you.
all right.
Yeah, so like I was saying, that was why people like me begin to say, okay, let's see if supporting him and him becoming president with the good mind that he has and his good intention, which nobody can doubt, and he has made himself quite distinguished from every other Nigerian politician. But unfortunately, we all saw, the whole world saw what happened on 25th of February. And right now, I still hold my belief that the best thing for us is for Nigeria is for everybody to go their separate ways. The reason I said that, and I continue to say that, is that, yes, if Obi comes in fact, one of the reasons why I supported Obi, that if he comes in, at least he'll be able to put in place maybe policies that will either make Nigeria, reform Nigeria, or how will I put it, what is this common word that we normally use? Restructure Nigeria, or put in place a smooth passageway that any group of Nigeria that feels disenfranchised can easily, exit without, just like the Brexit, without firing a gun, without anybody dying. That was one of the things too. I was hoping that it was when he gets in, he was going to put in place such a procedure. Because we have all seen this. There is just no way. There's nothing. It's like Nigeria has been captured, really captured in such a way that it will be difficult for us to come together and carry out a massive revolution, which is the only thing that can bring that Nigeria, that can reset that Nigeria. Other than that, I don't know anything we can organize from here now till eternity that can dislodge these evil, demonic, satanic people that have held Nigeria down for more than 30 decades or since independence. Because if Tinubu, while he wasn't even a president, could do what he did in collaboration with Mahmoud and Buhari, could carry out that, then what do you expect he's going to do? Now that he's a president, he has all the state apparatus, all the state agencies, everything, under his command. What is he going to do come the next election? Nobody will even dare to challenge him. The next election is just going to be a mere formality. No matter what you do, he's going to still win if he's still alive till then. We are all talking about what happened during a few days ago in the court. And some of us are, in fact, I even laugh when people say, and Tinubu hasn't said anything. How can he say anything when he's the one involved? When he's the one that has done that thing through his thugs in uniform? It's Tinubu that did that. This is a payback period for all those perceived enemies. He wasn't even hesitant or mincing word during the campaign to accuse Emefiele as trying to truncate his election. He said it. So now this is a payback time. And as we all know that Tinubu is a very vindictive man. He never forgets. He's a very evil, very devilish man. He never forgets. So this is time of a payback time, which his boys are already doing on his behalf with his consent. So whatever we saw that happened, all those public shame, national shame, shame of, I don't even know what the adjective to use in qualifying what happened that day. Even if Emefiele too is not a saint, his sons are not clean from all the things that happened during his 9 years in the 9 years of handling the CBN, all the atrocities he committed, the round tripping and many people, many cronies that he made billionaire overnight. Okay, so that one is even a separate case. But the point is that the action that was done to him then, everybody were now talking about it. We have all forgotten that is the same action, is the same government, not even if it's not under Tinubu, that did what they did to Nnamdi Kanu. It's still not the same thing. That is why Nigeria can never progress, because Nigerians pick and choose which injustice to support. As long as it pleases them or it touches the person they like, then they will support. If it doesn't, he deserves it. This is exactly what was done to Nnamdi Kanu. All the people that are shouting war now, why did they do that? Where were they 2 years ago? Nnamdi is still there in the jail. He's still there. I am not a supporter. I am not a registered opponent. But any injustice to any Nigerian, even if it's my enemy, as long as there is an injustice, if we can all come out and say, no, this is wrong, despite whoever it has happened, or from whatever tribe or political leaning or religious leaning, everybody comes out and condemn it in unison. That is the only way we can make progress. But unfortunately, these same politicians, through their craftiness and cunning and deceptive way, have brought this wedge of tribalism, wedge of religious this thing into Nigeria, that today, if, for instance, the South is fighting for a particular just cause that will affect the entire Nigeria, in the North, they will be fighting against what the South is fighting, just like we witnessed during the NSAS. Why? Because the politicians have already known that one of the best way, not just the Nigerian politician, it is even in history, I would say 3 basic tools the slave masters has always used to continue to get their slaves under their control and continue to exert their authority on them, year in and year out, is number 1, removing them from knowledge, from acquiring knowledge, because they know when they gain knowledge, they will be able to know how to fight back. And that is exactly what they did to the outside elites, did to their people in the North. They removed them from education, and then hunger. These are some of the weapons, okay? And then religion. These 3 things is what Nigerian politicians have used successfully over the years in tearing us apart. And that is going to be difficult for us to come together, okay? Because if somebody from the North now come out in our midst and talk, trust me, what he's going to say is going to be different from what some of us in the South are saying. Whereas some of us believe that if we can unite and recognize our common enemy, that our common enemies are these politicians and some of the religious leaders in Nigeria, not the ordinary person, ordinary brother or sister in the south, on the street in the south or in the north or in the southeast or wherever, that is suffering the same thing, because everybody is suffering the same thing that these politicians has brought upon Nigeria. But the politicians has made it difficult for even those that are being put under perpetual penury to understand that the politicians, are their enemy. Rather, they have made it that the ordinary individual from the southeast sees somebody from the north, ordinary individual from the north, as their enemy, and vice versa. And this is, well, maybe education. And if we start carrying out education, how many are we going to educate? Because that would have been another thing that we can do, to be educating our people, to open their eyes and make them know that our common enemies are these politicians, not the tribe, not the various tribes. And this was exactly what Nnamdi was doing before he was incarcerated. Maybe because of the way of his message that made many people, don't like him. But the substance of his message, a time came that I had to be listening to the substance of his message and begin to put on the side burner his, the mode of delivering that message. Because everything this man has said, even for the past 8-9 years, we are all alive, and we have all witnessed every bit of it come to pass in Nigeria. So that if he was a prophet, I'm going to say that there wouldn't have been any prophet in the history of Nigeria that is like him. Everything he has said is what we are all seeing today, playing as if he was there when they were writing the scripts of what keep playing day in and day out. Look at Akpabio, a thief, laughing the poor Nigerians in the Senate's house. The people that are supposed to represent their people, laughing the poor ones, let the people breathe, and they all started laughing. Hey. I mean, imagine that. Imagine that. If we're to be in an ideal society, that is enough for Nigerians to be on the street and say, no, we need to call these people back, to require them, to ask them a question. Why would they be ridiculing the poor masses? Because that was a great ridicule. It's not even enough that they gave them 8,000 naira, which is supposed to be, a slap on the face of the Nigerian population, of the Nigerian people. 8,000 for families. I mean, this is it's very absurd. It's very annoying.
Thank you. For those on the comment section, sorry, Mr. Jude, I apologize for that. For those on the comment section, I love to highlight comments because it helps us. But if I'm not highlighting your comment, that means there's something you need to readjust there, because we are moving towards a positive, we are having a positive discussion here. Welcome on the show, Biafra and Des. But before I come to you, Madam Nelly put a question in the private chat, and I want to put the question to everyone, including those watching. But before I ask the question, somebody, can you mute yourself? I don't know who is there. Nigerman, I think it's you. Thank you very much. Well, before I put the question to us, I want to read a quote attributed to Dr. Chuba Kadigbo, which sort of align with what Madam Nelly put on the private chat. Quote and unquote. If you are emotionally attached to your tribe, religion, or politically leaning to the point that truth and justice become secondary considerations, your education is useless. Your exposure is useless. If you cannot reason beyond petty sentiment, you are a liability to mankind. Now, that quote is attributed to Dr. Chubaka, late Dr. Chubaka. Now, Madam Nelly,
correct.
Yeah, Madam Nelly said we must all answer one question. What is that one thing that is dividing us in Nigeria? Until we answer that question, we cannot move forward. What is that one thing that is dividing us in Nigeria? Until we answer that question, we cannot move forward. Now, Des and Biafra, you just join us. I will give the floor to Des and Biafra. Then we come to Mr. James. Then Isimli. Then Madam Le Nigerman. We'll go with this question because it is an important question. What is that one thing that is dividing us in Nigeria? But before you speak, Des and Biafra, Jude, I would like to highlight what Jude said in terms of we have to recall these people, which has always been my position in terms of recall Section 68 and Section 110 of the Constitution. Now, let me say this for the record. People think I don't believe in revolution. Now, the word revolution itself is not a bad word. Unfortunately, when people hear it, we look at the negative aspect and not the positive aspect of revolution. I believe in revolution, but in a very peaceful way. If we go by recalling Section 68, Section 110 of the Constitution, in fact, like what you said, such behavior in the Senate, in the House, in the both upper and lower chamber, is enough for the people to come out and say, you know what, we've had enough of these folks here. We've had enough of them, and it's time we start to take every one of them out, one after the other. A revolution has begun from there. It's a peaceful one, but very effective. I don't agree in violence or in war because you cannot control it, particularly in the context of Nigeria. If it goes out of hand, it will be very difficult to curb it. So the question is, what is that one thing that is dividing us in Nigeria? Des, you came before Biafra, and we'll start from you, then Mr. Biafra, then we'll go to Mr. James. Similarly, I'm sure, I think she's having a chat with a man of prestige on the phone. And then Jude, and so Des, the floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody. I believe the question, waiting be that thing where they divide us within Niger. And also the first thing was, what can we do to actually make our country better? Something like that, or goes along in that manner. Let me start from the first. I believe what actually divides Nigeria is religion. That is my belief. Nigeria, it's far away from tribal, sentiments and all that. I think we are beyond that stage that we are divided along tribal lines. We are beyond that as a people. What we see happening is just politicians trying to use that narrative and basically try to do something, or actually is effective, when they try to divide us on tribal line. But ultimately,
sorry, Des. Let me. Sorry for interjecting you. Let's quickly do something. Just a quick one. I will give the floor back to you. What do you say it's dividing? Or just one word, then I'll come back to you later. One word or two.
okay.
Yeah, I'll come back to you later.
I believe it's religion, ultimately.
Religion. Okay,
Yeah.
1 second. I'll come back to you. Mr. Biafra. What is that you think is dividing us?
I cannot give you one word. By the way, good
No,
evening.
just for the purpose of this, Biafra,
okay.
You have to. Please.
Okay. It's religion, value system.
Religion.
And value system.
And what?
Value system.
I'm not getting. You're not clear. Did anybody?
Value system.
Electricity, he's saying value system.
Oh, value system. Thank you very much. We go to Mr. James, please.
I mean, Sorry, you
What
mean
is that one thing to you that you think is dividing us?
is neocolonialism.
Neocolonialism, which is neo colonialism. Okay. Isimile, come on, leave the phone, please. Okay, she's blocked her second here. Mr. Jude, what do you think is the dividing us?
I would say it's religion and value system. These two things.
Okay, so you and Biafra,
It's
religion
almost
and value.
intertwined, you know.
Yeah, okay. Religion and value system. Madam Nelly, please.
Electricity. You know, I'm the
Man.
one that just put out this question. And
Yes.
so for me, I'm going to say what I've said before. We need to do our human revolution. But with that, let me also say to you, when you move on to other people, the two people, Jude and Biafra, that just said religion and value system. Please go deeper. What is this religion you're talking about?
No, we will come to that. We will come to that.
So that's what I want, because if we keep on going in circle, let's just pinpoint that thing. That because there's a lot of Hausas that are Christians, there's a lot of Yorubas that are Christians, there's a lot of Yorubas that are Muslims, and then so vice versa. And then with that, when we get to start discussing that, I'm also going to ask them one question. Chimaroke, or it was alleged, had killed one of the guys who was aspiring to be in Labour Party. What has that got to do with the value system? So let's be careful what we are saying. Let's back it up with data. I'm trying I'm trying to say to all of us, human revolution is the key. Because when you love somebody as a human being, you can never take that person's life. No matter
Okay. We'll come to that. Niger man.
For me, it's ethnicity.
Which is yours is ethnicity. Okay.
Yeah,
now we have more religious value from Jude and Biafra and Des, and neocolonialism, which is Mr. James, and according to Madam Nelly, is a human revolution. If I'm correct, I stand corrected. Okay. Now, these issues here, they are intertwined from my calculation. Now, for religion, value system, ethnicity, and human revolution. Now, Des, can you kindly tell us and the viewers why you think is religion, please?
All right. Thank you very much. So,
before you speak, hold on, Augustine. What do you think is that one problem disturbing Nigeria, dividing Nigeria?
I see identity crisis.
Identity crisis. Okay, yeah. That's strange. Yeah. Okay, all right. Des, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Yeah. Why I said it's religion, not ethnicity, because I believe Nigeria has a lot of tribes. I'm talking about probably in their hundreds, right? And this whole tribe, I really do not see them divided. What is happening is basically maybe the Yorubas are trying to form more intelligent than the Igbos, or vice versa. It's basically what is happening. People that are trying to basically go ahead of each other. I don't necessarily think it's tribal sentiment, because we have so many tribes in Nigeria. If it's tribe, then we're talking about we're going to divide the country into so many pieces. So it's not tribe. Now it goes down to religion. We have two major religion in Nigeria, which is Christianity and Islam. Now, if you go to the north, where they have so many tribes, the major thing that divides them in the north is religion.
Okay.
They don't talk about tribe.
Let me interject you. Religion value system. Can we please highlight like what Madam Nelly said? I need you also mentioned value system. Let's put that.
I didn't
To
mention value
you
system.
didn't mention.
No.
Hold on to that thought of religion. Yeah, Jude, can you please highlight this value system? I'm getting to this. I'll come back to you.
Okay.
I want to get somewhere. Can you highlight this value? Can you list
Okay.
this value, please, if you can?
Now, you see, why I mentioned value system, though it's kind of bit intertwined with religion. You see, we have two major religions in this country, like my brother here have mentioned, Islam and Christianity. Whereas the majority of Christians believe in a modern progression or in modern development, in industrial development, in education, in science and innovation, and so on and so forth. Well, the other part of the country where Islam is practiced, even if their culture is, because if you watch Islam in Nigeria, the way it's practiced and whatever they believe, it looks as if it's a total different religion from what we have in Dubai, what we have even in
Jude,
Saudi
I
Arabia.
am going to interrupt you. I need you to list values for me. Human values, please. I just
Okay,
want a
human
list of
value, for
human
instance,
values, please.
certain parts of Nigeria believe in secrecy of humanity, human being. Okay, they believe human life is sacred and so should not be tempered, should not be killed by any other, should not be taken away like that. Whereas certain parts of Nigeria, with their
I am
religion,
on a live
don't care
broadcast and
about human life.
I am the
They can still
moderator, so I'm going
up
to give you a call back, please. I'm sorry. I'll call you back definitely. I apologize for that. Oh, sorry, I didn't realize that I'm I'm not muted. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, what I mean by value system is that certain parts of Nigeria believe that human life is sacred and should not be, it's not something that you can just take away like that. Whereas in certain parts of Nigeria, they believe killing is normal, is a way of life. And
No, Jude. No, listen. I don't think that is the case. Okay,
I have mentioned, I've mentioned a lot of value system here, so I don't know which one you want to pick. I mentioned value of innovation, value of
value of life,
value of life,
Okay,
value of value of brotherliness, I would say. Okay, doing what is right. Okay, value of what I may call not shading anybody that is doing the wrong thing. I remember there used to be a time in our land, especially among the Igbos, where if somebody is caught stealing, automatically that individual with the entire family will almost, like, even if they don't advise them.
Okay, Jude, I am going to stop you there. Jude, hold on one second. I apologize. Now, if the fact that, for hypothetically, I steal, for example, I steal or I don't, does that suggest or mean that the rest of the panelists are the same? Let's assume we are one family and we are one tribe. So I don't value life. Does that suggest that Mr. James, Niger Man, Madam Nelly, Biafra, the rest of them also don't value life?
Well, if you say it that way, if you don't do something but aid in somebody who is doing it, of course you can be lumped as the same. I give you an example.
We are eliminating
let me come in.
aiding and abetting.
Yeah,
Let
no,
me
you can't
interject.
eliminate it. No, in human, you can't. You can't. For instance, I give you an example. When that girl was killed in the north, Atiku could not make a categorical statement, nor the northern leaders make a categorical statement condemning that evil act. So will you now say that they are not culpable? Will you now say they are not part of it? They are. They are part of it.
They may be
No, there
culpable,
is no
but
exemption. That is the
okay,
problem
okay.
with
Let me
Nigeria.
agree with
No
you. Let me
exemption.
agree with you that they
No
are culpable.
exemption.
Are you
No,
suggesting is? Oh, Jude, hold on. Are you
okay.
suggesting is everyone in that region that agree with Atiku, and what is that? What you are suggesting?
I am so what I'm not even suggesting. What is it? You see, there is a saying according to Martin Luther. I say, why evil people? I want to paraphrase it now. Why evil people thrive in any society is because of the so-called good ones that sit there and then do nothing, that stand and do nothing. If you stand, even in law, if you see somebody doing the right thing and you are not, you didn't do anything, you are equally culpable, even in the scriptures. So there is no
So,
way you can
so will you agree with me? Will you agree with me that you are equally culpable in respect to the state of Nigeria because you've not done anything so far?
Anyway, I wouldn't answer. I wouldn't say I am. I wouldn't say that is true because I have been doing something as an individual. If you ask me, I can tell you what I have been doing.
Okay,
If Nigerians,
I will come to you,
let
Jude.
me say
Yeah,
this: if every
go ahead.
Nigerians have fought the police, Nigerian police, like I did when I was living in Nigeria, I believe Nigerian police today would not be extorting money from people. Because I can
Jude,
tell you the stories of all the
there,
encounters I had with them. And I
there
never
is a saying.
see
Hold on
them
one second, Jude. Hold on one second. There's a
even
saying
when I
that
was a student.
we don't paint, Jude. Hold on. We don't paint everybody with the same brush. Are you
I'm not
familiar with
painting
that
everybody
statement?
with the same brush. For instance, now one second, let me say this, right? You see, they say, for instance, here in United States, where we live, okay? They say police are corrupt, police are corrupt and stuff like that. And somebody will come out and say, not all the police are corrupt, not all the police are corrupt. But if those who are not, yes, not all the police are corrupt. But remember, once anything happens, whether it happened in California, in New York, or anything, the statement that the police has always written has always been like something that is like a template. They will use it and write and to describe the event that happened, and at the end of the day it turns out to be the opposite. And now the question is, if you are not corrupt, why are you shielding that corrupt individual among you? Why?
Jude, I don't want us to dominate this. I want to give others. I took the conversation from Des. Okay, I don't want us to dominate it, but the fact is that corruption exists in the land. That does not mean or suggest or should suggest that everybody is the same. No,
I am not
that to
saying
me,
everybody is the
when we talk
same.
about
But if you see a corruption going on and you refuse to speak against it and you support it, you are the same person. You are the same as the individual that is
okay,
primarily involved in it.
that is
That's what I'm
true.
saying.
That is true. But we share the same value. We have the same value. We share the same value in life. We share the, there's no difference. If I respect, they say it's reciprocal. That is, respect is one thing, another value. Okay, integrity is a value. All these values we all have it. Some people choose to keep it. Some people do not decide not to keep it. But if I now say because Augustine is if I say okay, for example, Osama bin Laden does not necessarily mean that his entire family down the line are all terrorists. No, that is the point we have to drive at. We are trying to find out what is that one thing that is dividing us. So it couldn't be that, because not everybody on this platform will agree that not everyone respect value. Niger man respect value. You respect value. Man of what's that? Mr. James respect value. Let's now say I don't respect all these values. You can't say because of me. Now I will not say everyone, the rest who are not even aiding and abetting me, do not respect value. So that could not be that one thing that divides us. We need to identify that one thing. Or maybe there is nothing. that is dividing us, or we just choose to be divided for no reason. I yield the floor back to you, Mr. Des. Biafra, we're having problem with you. Najama,
Yeah.
please, thank you for your patience. I really appreciate you. Des, the floor is back to you.
Yeah.
I will make it very snap this time. Sorry for dominating
Yeah.
the discussion. I hate that, please.
That's fine. I have just a few minutes to talk, then I'll leave. Yeah, why believe that it's not really a value system based on most of the things you've talked about. We all, as human beings, generally have the same values, right? Generally, we have the same values. Although you might see some sort of skirmishes, there and there, people have different value with what you have, or humanity basically. But generally, we all have the same values. But why I'm going to say is religion ultimately is because of how Nigeria is driven across. Like I said, maybe 50% of Nigeria are Christian and 50% are Muslims. So if you're looking at that narrative of 50% and 50%, or maybe let's just say 45 and 45, a majority part of the country are either Muslim or Christian. And you see that a lot of people, Nigeria is a very religious country, and we all know that. We are a very religious people, So, based on this, and the fact that if you have actually read jihad or read some part of Quran or whatever, you would probably understand that maybe it's not the fault of the Muslims, or particularly the ones in Nigeria, for reasoning the way they do. Because when you're talking about jihad, it's not necessarily stated that Muslims should, or Islamic, you know, should actually practice jihad, but some section of it talks about it. So when you're not educated enough, which most Nigerians are not educated, mostly from the north, statistics shows that you now have this religious effect on them that ultimately divides that part of other part of the country from them, because they don't have the same ideology when it comes to religion. I don't have much to talk because I don't really have time. But this is just a few of a
Sorry,
lot I have to say.
Des, are you still driving or you parked?
No, I'm packed, but I have to move very soon. So
Okay. All right. Okay. Thanks.
yeah, but that is just a few suggestion that I have, or ultimately is religion. Thank you very much, everybody. Absolutely.
Yeah. Thanks for your contribution. Who is next here? I think it's Biafra man. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, I was the one that mentioned also one of the fundamental issues Nigeria has is religion and value system. One of the I can add to that value system is human development. Human development to me is a big factor.
Your line is not
Issues.
clear, Biafra man. So we're not really getting you.
Can you hear me now?
If it's possible, can you
hear me?
can you position yourself, and rather than moving around, I think that is
All
you
right,
frozen now.
give me 1 minute. I'll call back in. Yeah.
All right, you can come back in later. Okay, thank you very much.
I will call it. Yeah. All right.
All right, who is next on the?
I can go.
I think it's Austin.
Yeah. So can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. So before
Yeah,
I
Austin. Before you speak, hold on 1 second.
okay.
Someone, hold on. I need to read something. In Christianity, people get killed via violence. Some pastors in Nigeria as delected human beings. Politicians of various tribes have delected human life. Christianity, Muslim in Nigeria have delected human life. No one on earth has a right to delect anyone. Okay, highlighting this evil is around across board. Now, go ahead, Austin. I apologize for that.
Okay, so sorry. Can I have 2 minutes to just make an overview of what you're doing? Then I come to address the point. Is that okay?
Oh yeah, go ahead.
So like the first thing that brought me here was when I saw the today's program picture about the priest carrying the statue of our Blessed Mother. I am a Catholic priest, and seeing that picture of my fellow priests, well-read personalities of our country, well-respected people, I feel the first instance I grossed over it, I laughed over it. But the question that came into my mind: can the same thing be done with the Muslim religion? Can the picture of an imam doing the same ritual be presented in a platform like this and will still go on till the end of this program? That's a question. I don't want to dive into religion. Then where I was when I saw this, I went to bury a friend. So the cemetery I went to, just between the cemetery, I saw a fence where it is written West Water Claim Board. What do? They gather all the physics in the county and they bring it into this place where they process the physics. They process it into different things. So the man that works there was able to give me some minutes, and he educated me that the entire city, when you flush your WC, is not ending in your house, it's leaving immediately. And somebody is making $80,000 a month just to work there. Sorry, a year, annually, $80,000 just to work there. And what do? This is in a very big acres of land. So there, the water, they spray it in the entire place to use it to make haze, to feed the animals. Now they get the manure, they ship out, and they treat other things to make other things from the physics. Now, what came to my mind? What happens to our country? What happens? People are killing themselves because they are not allowed to go and graze. But look at these people using physics to produce haze in order to feed animals. Now, when I was thinking about that, some other thing came to my mind. Being patriotic about Nigeria. Just to think about it, I have 3 influencers in Nigeria, somebody like Davido, Burna Boy, and Wizkid. Imagine if they go to Innocent. Innocent is an identity. When I mean Innocent, I mean a company that produces car in Nigeria. And they give this company that produces car 100 million to produce one car that have never been produced in the world. And Davido ships this car to America. He doesn't need to have a bulletproof, because you don't need a bulletproof to drive your car here. He bring this car in America and put it in YouTube. The only person driving this car in the entire world. What do you think that will happen to the billionaires all over the world? They will come down to Nigeria and look for that car. This is a way of being critical in the way you promote what you have and being able to do what can help you to develop. When I mean Davido, Wizkid, Burna Boy, I'm not just talking about them. Imagine our president going to Innocent, say, I am going to drive innocent car all through. When I mean Innocent here, I'm an Igbo. So people should not say I'm patronizing Innocent. I am coming from what I know to what I don't know. There might be a very big company in the north or in the west. Use this person and project what they do. But look at what we do. We project foreigners. Our senior president drives Mercedes to the house with a dispatch rider, and that is something. So to address the point I said, I use personal identity. When I use a personal identity, people will ask, oh, sorry, I use identity crisis as the problem we have. Why did I use identity crisis? Identity crisis is a personal issue, is a personal psychological situation. And look at the meaning of it. A period of uncertainty or confusion in a person's life. Now, why did it is a conscious choice. Why? Because am I seeing Nigeria as a group of individuals, or am I seeing Nigeria as a person? I see Nigeria as a person. And I see every one of us, every Nigerian, as part of the body of that Nigeria. Imagine if I am the eye of Nigeria and I decide to plug my eye, Nigeria will no longer see. And when you define Nigeria in this common front, what do we do? You go to what I saw as the key examples of personal identity. They include personality, achievements, gender, ethnicity, nationality, social status, social class, beliefs, values, and culture. Just these 5. When you check these 5 things I've enumerated, you see that it is the personality of Nigeria that is our greatest problem. If we can see commonality in all of us, if I believe that what I don't know about the North, I can go to the North and somebody from the North will open up and teach me the right thing. If I believe that the politician in the South who is not doing well, I am condemning it, that the person in the North will be able to condemn the politician in the North that is not doing well. Now, when I have a politician in the South that I cover up and I say, you are the best because you are from my area. Now, somebody from the North is condemning his own politician. You see that the crisis will continue to. So if we can see the common good, seeing Nigeria as one project, it will go a long way to resolving our problem. I keep saying this. In America, they have issues. But what you have, the commonality they have is that once it has to do with their common identity, they come together. Today, if you open the flag of America, people will still shed tears. If you go to anywhere and somebody identifies himself as a veteran, people will come to them and say, thank you. As a veteran in the hospital, you receive a special treatment. What do we do to the people that represent these people in our own nation? There is no commonality. Nothing gives us that common goal. Even the soccer that we've been using is no longer giving us that joy. I saw the goal that scored, the goal that we have celebrated. Some people are tweeting, where is she from? So we see we are losing that value because we've not been able to define Nigeria as a body. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Before I come to Mr. James or Nanjama, if I understand very well if I'm summarizing what you're saying, you said we are all the same, regardless of if I am correct, if I summarize all you said.
We should all be the same.
We should all be the same, or we share the same value, or same value. We share the same value.
Yes.
Okay. Now, in respect to your concern about the pictures of the priest used, I will raise that concern with Dr. Damage, and I believe we will. But allow me to weigh into that. I'm weighing into it because I'm not the one that puts the picture there. It's Rudolph, the chairman and chief executive of Dr. Damage. Is the one that put it there. Now, I teach the word of God, okay? And it's a tolerance. It's what also is a value that we have to imbibe in us. If we are to win anyone over to our side, then we have to tolerate. As a priest, you will agree with me that you represent Christ. You are Christ's ambassador. So tolerance comes into play. While we understand that if we put, I believe, I'm not speaking for Dr. Damage, but I'm only trying to get into his head that if we use the Muslims' images or whatever it is, as we've seen around the world, it's going to create a problem. And Jesus said, if they slap you on the right cheek, you turn the left cheek to them. That's tolerance. So whether they are highly there, which I acknowledge, or whatever it is, I think that should not be an issue to them. As far as I am concerned, when I tell people in terms of the dictate of Jesus Christ. If we say we are Christ followers, he said, in this world, you will be persecuted, even up to death. I'm coming up with a piece of asylum and human rights and the so we have to. I don't think in your position it should be an issue. I stand corrected because if we are representing Christ, you're representing Christ, then you should expect. Isimile, can you mute, please? Thank you very much.
So can I?
Somebody is not muted.
Yeah.
If you represent or claim to represent Christ, then that should not be an issue. Now, there are other pastors in Nigeria that goes to court. You can't use my picture. You can't use anything on YouTube. You can't use, for crying out loud. No one has a monopoly of the word of God. Somebody might please. Okay, let me.
You know what that means? That means.
Okay. No one has monopoly of the word of God. That's number one. And number two, as an ambassador of Christ, we are to follow his footsteps. In that, whatever happens to him, he sets an example. He could as well destroy the world, or in that time that it's there, he was slapped, he was beaten, everything was done to him. Everything was done to him. At the end of the day, what did he say? Forgive them, for they know not what they are doing. So this petty sentiment, I am not addressing you. I am addressing particularly Pentecostal preachers who are listening to me. This petty sentiment of personality. I am this, I am that, I am this. If you follow Christ according to his dictates, that should not be an issue at all, because he told his disciples, if you are going to follow me, you must put these things behind you. I am sorry that I had to bring that in as I preach a sermon. Who wants to go? Mr. James, Niger man.
Can I say something about what you said?
Go ahead.
So I'm sorry about that. So while I express that, because it's not even my issue. Even the Pope, if he sees this, he's not gonna do anything about it, because we know where we are. And just imagine if the picture or the Statue of Liberty, I have never seen it. I live in Gainesville in Florida. You don't need to see this statue in order to have liberty in America. So if I am still limited on that statue, if I don't go beyond the statue, then I am far from reality. And this is the picture goes beyond what is depicted. It is beyond what you are saying. And it is deeper than what people see. And that's on the level I want to stop at this point. So I don't have issue with displaying that. But if you see those men carrying that statue, those men are well read. And they are not stupid. And that's one thing. That's why religion is very, very sensitive. And people should be.
Mr. Augustine, with due respect, I am going to rebut that. He's not disrespecting those priests. What is highlighting is the statue. And if you want me to address that, we will do that another day.
Electricity, sorry, please, somebody wants to come in. Can you bring...
Oh, so my apology, please. We're going to address that. We're going to address that another day. The issue he is addressing is what... 1 second. I don't know what... Come on, this system is... Yeah. Sorry about this. Actually, you were... I didn't see you. Sorry about that. So... The issue he is addressing is the issue of the statue. And you are a well-read person, where the scripture says, God himself says that thou shalt not bow down to any image. And Mary is a human being like you and I. Now, she was just fortunate, which she said herself, to be picked by God to what? To be the one that what? It doesn't make her any special being. It doesn't mean if she sins, if we talk about Christ, she's going to split hell wide open. Quote me on that. Like I said, I teach the word of God. Now we're not going to do that again here. So either Niger, Jude, I'll come to you, please. Pardon me. Biafra man, I'll come to you. Just hold on 1 second. Mr. James is busy. Niger man, go ahead, please.
Yeah. I said ethnicity because the problem in Nigeria is a majority. Because everything we are still saying, values, this and that, tribe, all are still going to one place. Everything are still going to one place because for security, every part of the Nigeria, the 6 political zone, there is security in everywhere. So it's not just one place. What I say is the ethnicity. One, I said something before. Since this Fourth Republic, 1999, every leader we have, they are all by accident. We are not prepared. We have not have any pathway or direction that this is where we are going. All just came by accident, So that is why the ethnicity is there. Because if you look, ask people like other people like Mr. J, I've had interaction with him. Most other people in Nigeria that were born, that are about 70, 80, 90, they will told you in the time of the Mawolowo, the Mazikiwe, the Mamodu Bello, is policy that you vote for, not money. It's policy that you vote for. That is what they will told your parents, they will told you, the school, everything, what is going to benefit, that is what you will vote for. If the party there, the party member are agents, but today, party member are the agent that you paid money. They are voluntary. That's why you have party member. But today is different. No, if you look at the tribe today, the problem. In 1999, when Obasanjo come, the West were happy is our turn, is our person. Everybody began to live the way they did. When it comes to Yaradua, the North were able to say, no, it's our turn. They were doing any way they like. Abuse it. The other side will start shouting. When it comes to Jonathan, problem in the form problem in the South. So if this one is doing bad, if this one is doing good, look at Emefiele today. Emefiele, everybody was shouting, people were dying, father was naked in the bank, people was dying in the hospital because can't transfer money. But the same Emefiele today, that people carry placard, went to Abuja, this and that, fine, we are talking about the rule of law, because that is why the head is bad. If we have the head, the rule of law will be there. That is why there is no rule of law. That is the problem of Nigeria. The ethnicity, today, if you see Tinubu is doing well. Sorry. If you see like the youth went to Aso Rock today, they are saying, oh, Baba go fast. That is the new name of Bola Tinubu now. Baba go fast. That what is doing, I put Nigeria, these are youth, because it's from one tribe. They are supporting, that is it. If it's another tribe is there, when Buhari was there, everybody will say, no, it's the Northerner. These are all lies. It's just tribe. Nobody want to say the truth. If, for example, Paraventure Obi Obi is there, no matter what Obi we did, no matter how people will criticize him, people will defend and say, no, it's because it's Igbo. That is the next thing that we give to you. Because it's Yoruba. That is the next thing that we give to you. Because it's from the north. That is why we the people, we are the main problem of ourselves. The people in the National Assembly, the House of Assembly, they don't know if there is tribe there. Those people don't do tribe. They don't know if there is tribe. Everybody is represented there. They are sharing their money, they are living, they throw it to us. But the problem we will divide ourselves with tribe. It's Igbo, it's Ipop, it's Odudua, it's Arewa, it's Fulani. Those are lies. Those are lies. Is my governor in your state, is he a Fulani man? That he cannot do his own? Is the governor in my state, is he a Igbo man? So those are not the tribe. Excuse me, sir.
Mr. Biafra man, listen, you don't. There's decorum, please. Let's maintain this decorum, please. Thank you. Sorry about that, man.
The problem is the tribe. Look, during an election, you can see the pastor saying this, that Genesis, that white garment, saying I cannot vote for an Igbo man because I'm not a bastard. What is that? It's try. You forget the Bible. Religion is nothing. You cannot force me to go to church. You cannot force me to become a Muslim. It's constitutional. It's my willing. So it's not religion. So we see the other side. No, we cannot vote for Muslim. Nobody talk about competence. Look at Benin today in Edo State. Election is coming. The Ishan is coming. This is one state. He said, no, it's Ishan agenda. He says an agenda. Ishan must come. But what about the Benin? What about the Auchi? So, you understand? It must be. So that is the ethnicity. It must be. When they did wrong, fathers is from my ethnic group, no problem. Fathers is not there, there's problem.
Thank you.
So,
Thank you, Nigerian. Nigerian actually highlighted very important competency. It's very, very, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter who you are. It doesn't matter what tribe you come from. It's all about, let's say, for example, now, just hypothetically, Tinubu is our president. He did not remove the fuel subsidy. He reduced the fuel subsidy. He reduced the price of fuel, and things changes. We are not going to be saying that because it's Jagaban or it's a Yoruba man. We all have the same values. We have the same values. We're looking for a competent person who will take us to look at the United Kingdom. The Prime Minister is an Asian man. Go to Scotland. The first minister in Scotland is an Asian man. But you see, the institutions are protected, but they are majorly protected by the people. It's a tradition that have gone on for years. They are not the one that set this tradition. Yes, they've improved on it, but it's gone on years and years and years. Mr. James, are you ready? Mr. James is not ready for us. Isimili is not ready. Madam Nelly,
again,
why are you jumping me?
Isimili, hold on one second, Madam Nelly, I'm sorry. Isimili, on the phone, you were talking and we overheard you talking about love stories. I'm just making it up. That's not correct anyway.
If you had done that, I would have sued you. Could have paused my volume.
Nah, you stay there. Don't worry. You'll be the last person to speak. Please, I beg of you. Relax. Thank you. I have a lot of questions I'm still going to throw at you. Mr. James, Madam Nelly, I don't know who wants to go first, please.
Let me quickly run through what I have and I sign out.
Okay. Madam Nelly, apologize, please. Thank you.
Yeah,
go ahead, Mr. James.
Now, I attributed the problems to neo-colonialism. I'm sure you can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you.
I attributed the problem to neo-colonialism because there are about 54 countries in Africa. All these 54 countries are going through the same problem, not only Nigeria. Ghana, Sierra Leone, Kenya, South Africa, we are all going through the same problem. With the exception of Ethiopia, we were all colonized at one time or the other. And we are going through the same problem. When we started gaining independence after the Second World War, the colonial masters made sure that they hand power over to men and women of their choice. If you are not reasoning like them, just forget it. They even rigged the Nigerian election that produced Tafawa Balewa in 1960 as prime minister. So this is what we have been going through. Now, whenever we have progressive African leaders, it is only the Western countries who do not let them know peace. No African leader has been killed or overthrown by any Eastern country. Look at Nelson Mandela. He disagreed with them on racism. He was severely punished for so long. He spent 27 years in prison. Thomas Sankara of Burkina Faso was killed by the French. Robert Mugabe of Zimbabwe, for trying to repossess the land that was forcibly taken from Africans, the man did not know peace till he died. Patrice Lumumba of Congo, what the Belgians did to him is now history. Kwame Nkrumah of Ghana, he was lucky to have escaped. He was, I think, in Hanoi, somewhere in the Far East, on a peace mission when his government was overthrown by the CIA, who connived with General Ankara and his boys. Mengistu Haile Mariam of Ethiopia, that man did not know peace till he was overthrown. Even our Murtala Mohammed of Nigeria, on February 13, 1976, when the man was killed, the man who led the death squad, Sukabuka Dimka, of the Physical Education Corps Nigerian Army, was at the British High Commission in Lagos that morning. He paid them a visit before they went to waylay this man, and the man was killed. The list is unending. Even before this time, they declared war on the whole of Africa. That is why Oborame of Benin was deported to Calabar, where he died in 1914. Even his corpse, they refused to release it. The body was buried in Calabar. Now, when they left men of their choice in office, whenever we have progressive leaders, as time goes on, they distort them, like the ones I've already mentioned. Now, the institutions that control the financial sector of the world economy, these institutions were formed without proper consultation with Africans, if there was any consultation at all. The World Bank, International Monetary Fund, the Paris Club. These clubs or these institutions, Africans played very insignificant role, if any, in their formation. Even the United Nations and the League of Nations.
Mr. James,
let me
sorry,
finish.
sorry for interjecting.
Yes.
Sorry for interjecting you, Mr. James. I apologize for interjecting you. History is very important. We can never dismiss history. Anyone who attempts to either wipe history or dismiss history is, I think it should be, I don't want to use any derogatory word here, but history is there for us to learn from, particularly the mistakes that were made, to correct it. Even the Bible highlighted that whatsoever we are written aforetime, we are written for our learning. I'm not dismissing your argument of neo-colonialism, whichever way you put it. I'm not as educated as you. I'm trying to catch up with you. But I think at this point right now, we have to start taking responsibility for ourselves. We have to start.
Just like George
hold on,
Floyd.
Mr. James.
No,
Mr.
excuse
James.
me, let me make a sentence.
All right, go ahead.
Just like George Floyd. Their nails is on our neck. We cannot breathe. This is why I keep on repeating. We cannot breathe. They are refusing to allow us breathe. The white
No. I disagree with you that they are refusing to. No, Mr. James, we have to take our destiny in our own hands.
Let me finish what I've got.
Mr. James, I am going to. Mr. James, I appreciate your knowledge. Trust me on that.
The root cause.
Okay, can I give Mr. Let me give Mr. James another 2 minutes. Mr. James, another 2 minutes, please.
Okay,
I have you on a watch. I have you on a time watch, please.
People are talking about a new economic order. How many African countries are involved in forging this new economic order? Even the meeting taking place in Petersburg right now in Russia is about the new economic order. When they finish finalizing everything, they pull African countries to come and join them to be suppliers of raw materials. So at the end of the day, all African countries end up being slaves and servants of the white man. The white man must lift his knee off our neck. We cannot breathe. Our problem in Nigeria is neo-colonial structure. What were they doing what were they doing at Chatham House during the electionary campaign? What did they discuss there? You and me will never know. Okay, I have to go. Thank you so much for everything.
Mr. James, thank you. Before you go, I need to thank you for the time. You've been here from the very beginning, so I need to thank you for your time, and I will see you again. Thank you very much. It's much appreciated. We will be bringing this broadcast to a close in the next 25 minutes, if I am correct. Yeah, 25 minutes. It's 4 hours, 34 minutes now. So in the next 25 minutes, so we're going to split the next 25 minutes between us, which except me. So 5. So everybody have 5 minutes. You don't have to use the 5 minutes. You will be on a time watch. So we're going to take it from Biafra. So 5 minutes. Biafra, you have 5 minutes. You don't have to use the 5 minutes, but after the 5 minutes, I am going to mute, please. Thank you. The floor is yours, Biafra.
Thank you. Going back to the question that lady Nelly asked, what is dividing the people in Nigeria? And I said earlier that it's religion and value system. One of the value systems, I believe, is human development. You cannot compare the human development from the Igbos, which is my tribe, and say Fulanese, who don't believe in value system. And we believe in the pursuit of development. And obviously they have this Islamist religion in the north, who have really taken over and conquered the Christians in the north of Nigeria. Now, you said earlier, Mr. Electricity, that we are all one, we all have the same value system. If that's the case, why is it that the Nigerian so-called unity is held by the barrel of a gun? For somebody to agitate for self-determination referendum, the military would descend on you, like they did are doing to IPOB members, because we asked for referendum. So we cannot be of the same people. Why is there so much Al-Maljaris? There are millions in the north. Why?
Sorry, let me interject you there. I know we have 5 minutes. I'll give you that time back. You said you guys asked for referendum.
Yes.
From who? Through who? Yeah, from who?
We're agitating to the international community.
No. Listen, Biafra. Okay. You're Nigerian. We're Nigerian. You don't Nigerian. Agitate. If we are asking for a referendum, you are not in Nigeria.
No.
Okay. So the question I'm asking you is this: you asked for a referendum. Was there a motion raised or put on the floor in the House by your legislators representing you in your constituency?
And you think
could you do me that favor, and the audience and the panelists? I'm asking you a legitimate question. You asked for a referendum. The question is, if we go by the process, was any of your legislators representing you in that space of Biafra state?
You are repeating the question over and over again. I've heard you.
All right,
let's
go ahead.
back to this question. Have we put in this plebiscite or asked for a plebiscite to determine our fate in this contraption called Nigeria? We know the antecedent of Nigeria. They don't anything of referendum, resource control. We can go back to other things. Our so-called leaders have gone to the National Assembly and they have been outright rejected. Resource control. How did that go when our so-called representative went to the Nigerian National Assembly and asked for resource control? How did that go? We know the antecedent of Nigeria. We don't need to go to them because we know it will be met with full force. So we are agitating to the international community. So you're telling me, because according to you that we did not go to the National Assembly, they should bring the military to our region to slaughter us, kill us because we are agitating for referendum. Is that what you're saying?
No, that's what. Let me tell you what I am telling. Let me put it to you. Okay, here is it. You have legislators. You asked me a question. Okay, go ahead.
I need to get everything that's in my head before I forget them. Now, let's go back to India and Pakistan. That used to be one country, I believe, before 1947. The leaders came together and said, look, there are too much killing, too much clashes, religious killings, all this. We have to do something about this. They came together and divided that place on religious lines in 1947. Are you telling me Nigerians are more smarter, clever than the Indians that came together and said, no, this thing is not going to work. Oh, we need better leaders and all will be well. They came together and divided it and said, no, this must stop. So why is it Nigeria is having these issues of the leaders coming together and saying, you know what, let's have referendum. Nigeria has never worked for anybody, even before independence. It has never worked for any region. But people are still dying. People are still in poverty.
Okay, Mr. Biafra, your 5 minutes is up. I know I took some of your time, but let me say this to you because it's going to be on the record. Okay, I don't know how many states in the east that makes up the Biafra. Okay, I don't know how many states.
Many parts of 13 states.
13 states.
The Igbo
and I want you, in the next time, I want you to come and prove me wrong. I want you to shame me. I'm giving you that audacity to provide me evidence, documentary evidence, that your legislators in that circle that are in the House raise a motion, push for it, for a referendum that you people should go your separate ways. How it is done by educated people. You have legislators that, you know what, the other day, is it not an Igbo senator crying on the floor there that he was not voted into the 10th Senate House or whatever it is, crying like a baby? He wasn't crying that, oh, we want a Biafra nation. Please.
No, of course he would not be agitated.
So I want you to prove me wrong. Shame me, please. Thank you very much. I will go to the next person, please.
Okay, I'll hold you on that. I will come back with more information to shame me.
Remember, I said documentary evidence. The motion that was raised on the floor.
How can I not shame you without documentary evidence?
The next person, please. Thank you.
Is that me? Or Miss Nelly?
Who is the next?
Anyone can.
Okay, Miss Nelly, you can go.
Let me go on then. Again, I also typed in the chat. Do you see how difficult it is to answer the question? And until we face that fact, we're not going anywhere. You say ethnicity, you say value system, you say religion. Please pay attention how we're going round and round and round and round. Let's get to the point. Because everybody has a human nature in them, whether we like it or not. I don't care whether you're a Muslim or you're a Christian or you're a Jehovah's Witness, whatever you are, you still have that human nature in you. And until we get to that point, because you're a Muslim, like I said, you have no right to take away anybody's life. Because you're a Christian, you have no right to take away anybody's life. Okay? And even for people who are telling me, let's be Biafrans, okay, fine. My question to you also, all these calamities happening in Nigeria or in Biafra, who is doing that? Well, we say that it's the Fulanese that we are.
The Nigerian government.
If we say that we allow the government or the Fulanese to come in and do that, why are you trying for somebody to come and help you to fight your own battle? James, from the time immemorial that James comes on this platform, it's always presenting me with history. I'm done with the history. So if you're telling me that the white man has their foot on my neck, what then will I do? Or should I just stay there on the ground because they have their foot on my neck? It's about time that we wake up, tell ourselves the truth, and stop pointing fingers. Because remember, when we point one finger at the white man, 1, 2, 3, 4 is pointing towards us. That's why I said, let's do our own human revolution first and be able to stand up and tell ourselves the truth. I just told you, I don't care what Tinubu does tomorrow. I don't care what Ababio does tomorrow. I will not join their cabinet. If tomorrow Tinubu calls me and said, I want you to be the Minister for Health, I'm going to say to him, what are you ready to tell yourself the truth? I will not be thinking about all the convoy that he will give me or what it will go into my pocket or how I will bring my whole entire family to United States. That's not what I will be thinking about. I will be thinking about all the human beings in Nigeria, whether you're from Lagos, whether you're from Kanu, or whether you're from Abia, or whether you're from Niger Republic, wherever you are a human being for me. That's what I'm trying to say to all of you. And until we get to that point, all these, oh, the Muslims are doing this, or they killed Deborah, or we have killed people also in Igbo land. We have killed people in, a pastor just killed his wife. Was it not last year? A pastor, through violence, killed the wife. So what are we talking about? Let's just be honest to ourselves. As painful as it is for us to discuss this. And again, some of us that have discussed it, we keep going round and round and round and round. We don't want to anchor one place. And until we do that, we are not going to be able to fix anything. That's all I'm going to continue to say.
Thank you very much. I appreciate your time here. Next, between Nigerman and Mr. Jude, please. Any of you can.
One thing we have to understand, mostly in Nigeria, that is what I started at the beginning. This is what I started. I said, when we start this thing to come, mostly in the diaspora, will change from here to another place. This one will get with another mind. We have been discussing something they brought. All these things cannot help us, honestly. I just love what these women say. We have to say the facts. Everybody have to say the fact the way it is. Don't be just trying to be saying that Fulani Kilibo every time. Is it Fulani that is ruling? You are talking about a referendum. You are talking about, he say this Biafra, saying about regional this thing. This thing was abolished by the same Aguiyi Ironsi in 1966, 24th of May, with Decree 34. When the Niger Delta declared Niger Delta Republic, you said they brought soldier to kill Igbo. Who brought soldier to one kill the Niger Delta and take Adakaburu away and sentence him to death by hanging, if not by luck that the coup come again. So let's not be true to ourselves. Say this one and let this one say your own. Not just attacking everybody. We will have a good discussion. You want to put it to tribalism. Everybody is here, happy, sis. Come with one word. You just want to tell people that they are bad. They are bad. Okay, Mohammed was here. When they start some shot here, that guy have to left and then come back. That is not like this. We have to know everybody and forget the past. Thank God they have brought history back to school now. We are happy. Maybe before 20 years, we'll start to know many of all these things. This is not the way we have to go in Nigeria. This is not the way. Jude said one thing from the beginning. He said, we understand that a pain of the other one is for everybody. That is only the way. People are crying, the East. What is there? Everybody is agitating. Look at what Akpabio said day before yesterday in the Senate. I was so very happy when they brought the motion of talking how the Abari Bay and the other one, how East is not secure. How somebody from Finland giving order. Akpabio has there is 5 governors. So Samuel Ekpa is the governor. If the governor don't know what to do, this is not federal thing. Let's be realistic to ourselves. You will involve federal will bring army. They are not going to come with police. Police is there already. This is not police. I don't know, but people they are free, but sometimes to bring it to tribal, that is what I don't like inside. Because if you want to discuss something like this, you cannot be telling me when I'm from the south, you will make me to remember, okay, you make me to go and remember what you did to Adakaburu from my own side. You make me to remember that, but you forget that you want to say somebody's like that. If you say where is a Fulani man now, if you remember how the coup, the Igbo plot, killed the Sultan, killed his wife and unborn baby, and killed the header. If you say anywhere Yoruba, they will remember the Igbo kill Akintola. We will start bringing what is past that we don't even know the beginning, we don't even know the end, we don't even know what caused it, to ginger people and bring hatred. I don't understand. Please. I don't want to say anything. Please let me just.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Niger man. Thanks for being here. I hope you will stay till the end because I am going to read a statement out at the end of this broadcast. Mr. Jude, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Yeah, I don't know. My brother Niger man is actually saying, you see, the situation in Nigeria, there's no way you can talk about it without talking about. At the end of the day, it won't probably resort to tribalistic inclination, because we all see. I mean, we see this thing is playing out right before our eyes. Why is Nigeria the way it is today? Why is everybody in confusion and everybody, it's because an Igbo man won election. And then they refuse that the Igbo man should not become a president of Nigeria, as it has been over the years.
Mr. Jude.
So all of these things,
Mr. Jude,
please.
Mr. Jude. Buhari
We are not going
three times. People die in the north. They say Buhari win. Why did they not say because Jonathan don't want to give him power the first time?
Mr. Jude, we are trying to make a we are trying to make a progress here, because
we can't make response when we continue to silence something that is so obvious. You can acknowledge. You see, you have to acknowledge certain sentiment or certain feeling of other people. You can't put it at the bouncing ball and put it under the table and tell them keep quiet and then move on. We all know.
Mr. Jude. Mr. Jude, I voted in that election. I am not an Igbo man.
I know, but you voted for a man that happens to be an Igbo man. You voted for a man that happens to be an Igbo man, and that election was.
But it's not about.
And the North voted for him instead of their own person. You see what we are saying? The North, you said the one in the North.
You are echoing what Madam Nelly just said. What is actually that thing that is dividing us? And it's sad that we're going to be ending this broadcast.
I'm just saying in response to what Niger man said. Because if I understood him very well, is that people making references to where they come from or the pain they have gone through or something like that. Which is something that, yes, people could still make that, but at the same time, we should not undermine their feelings, because they are the ones that are wearing the shoes. They know where it pinches.
Okay.
We all know.
Let me put some questions to you, Mr. Jude. Mr. Jude, let me put some questions to you. 1 or 2 questions. Then we'll end this. I want to end this broadcast because we started well. You're claiming that it's because it's not feeling people. I mean, we should feel people's pain, or I don't know how you put it. And they did not allow him to enter because he's an Igbo man. Am I correct in that your statement?
Yeah, obviously. Yeah, exactly.
Hold on one second. Is Emefiele an Igbo man?
Huh?
Godwin Emefiele. Is he an Igbo man?
Supposed to be an Igbo man, but many times.
No, Mr. Jude, don't insult our intelligence. I asked you a question. Is Mr. Godwin Emefiele an Igbo man?
He is an Igbo man.
Good. Now, during the Naira redesigning of the Naira, did he do it on the basis as an Igbo man, or it was a policy failure basis?
It was a policy. It was a total gross policy failure.
It's a policy failure, not because it's an Igbo man.
Perhaps it was maybe there was something more than just a mere policy.
Mr. Jude, can you please focus on the question? Buhari? Okay, listen. He himself, Buhari is an Hausa man. Emefiele is an Igbo man. Am I correct in that?
That's correct.
Good. are you saying or suggesting that what they did is based on tribalism or policy failure?
You and I knows, okay, that what they did was not purely on was not purely a policy matter per se. There was something more sinister in that policy.
When you say something more sinister, are you implying that it has to do with tribalism?
It has to do with I would say that it has to do with the election.
With the election, it got nothing to do with tribalism.
No, it
Would
has
that be
nothing
correct?
to do with tribalism. It has to do with
Good.
election.
It has to do with election. Now, I'm going to ask you another question. The event that happened 2 days ago in the High Court, what is it? Does it have to do with not regarding the rule of law or because he's an Igbo man?
That is purely not regarding the rule of law. Okay, and vendetta. It's purely disregard to the rule of law as well as vendetta.
Vendetta on because it's an Igbo man?
It has. I don't think it has to do with Igbo. It's purely, a kind of retribution to a passive.
You see, you just put yourself in the box unknowingly because I asked you a question. Let me.
You're asking me.
Hold on 1 second. I'm going to bring this. Listen. I appreciate the fact that you said it was a policy failure in respect to the Naira design, because everyone in the country, including his own kinsmen, felt the pain. Myself, so it got nothing to do with what with him being an Igbo man. It was a policy failure. Also, what happened in the High Court has got nothing to do with because he's an Igbo man. There may be an iota of vendetta between him and some people, maybe, but it's got nothing to do with him being an Igbo man. Dangote in the refinery, in the opening of his refinery, is an Hausa man, or he did not. He said, no one person has visited this refinery like Emefiele. He singled out two people, Buhari and Emefiele. Is Dangote an Hausa man? I mean, an Igbo man? No. Why could you not say, oh, Emefiele, all the money you allegedly gave to Dangote, why did you not take it to go and repair and develop the East?
Let's leave this. Let's just move on.
Yes, we will leave it because I agree with you that we will leave it. When we are basing our argument, we have to put down fact. I don't want. I believe.
What is not putting down fact? Are you not telling me that? Are you trying to tell me here and now that there is no conspiracy against an Igbo man becoming a president in Nigeria? Is that what you're telling me?
I am telling you authoritatively that there is no conspiracy.
Jesus Christ.
It's Lord. Jesus Christ is Lord. There is no conspiracy.
Atiku have been contesting for 30 years. So there's a
he has never been there.
Not to be president. Oh my God.
Well, I want to thank the gentleman that left on this platform.
Anyway,
thank you once again, and until the next broadcast, we shall meet again. Niger man, thank you, and for those in the comment section, I thank you all. God bless you. Good night.